Yes, a very good afternoon and welcome into the Masse Club in Hamilton. A big day. We bring you the VNEA 8-ball teams grand final, a unique format of 8-ball pool. Looking forward to having your company throughout the afternoon. It's with great privilege and a great pleasure. The man sitting alongside of me, one of our greatest ever cueists, the great Dean O'Kane. Dean, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm not even sure what time of the day it is.
Me neither, no. But great to be here, Mark. So the match is already, they kicked off a bit early actually, didn't they? So right into the first frame.
Yeah, so we've got Riff Raff up against the Hitters. So 4 members in each team. Each player plays each team member in the opposing team in just one frame. If you win the frame, the team picks up 10 points. However, you can also accumulate points. The losing team accumulates points. They get a point for every ball that they do sink along the way. So the traditional format of pool that we've all sort of played at home at some point, but with a little bit of a slant in the fact they play more the American style rules. We've got Alex Hale, recently back from Las Vegas, first up for Riff Raff. And Alex, with the break, decided that he would play the stripes, or as we affectionately call it at home, the overs.
Yes, he tried in off the 7 there, but that didn't work out appropriately, so very good chance.
You've got to be careful at this level. You can be in so much control and then just open that door just a little bit, and these players will work through and take that opportunity. And so Richard here for the Hitters.
I think the key shot is really getting position on the 8-ball here, so he's going to have to force that the 7 into the middle pocket, or else up into the corner and come across the table. And that's what he's tried.
He hasn't
a bit short on pace.
He had not quite enough weight on that, but the opportunity here, I guess the concern now, isn't it, Dean, that if he does cut this, there is that opportunity of putting the overs in. And he does. He gets away with it, though. So that is a very good start for the Hitters. They will pick up the 10 points. Riff Raff, having put down 4 balls, do pick up 4 points. So the early initiative goes to the Riff Raff team. Up next it'll be Jack up against Mania. Jack for the Riff Raff and Mania for the Hitters. Watched Mania yesterday, comes from a snooker background. He looks like a guy who's actually got some real ability in this form of cue sports.
Well, if he's played snooker, of course, that's a great advantage because the table is smaller and the pockets are bigger, and snooker's all about accuracy and potting, positional play as well. So any snooker player coming onto a pool table has an advantage.
It's interesting though, isn't it? The smaller table, I guess the big one off the break is that there is a lot more critical mass on the table. There's a lot more traffic, and so early on, while those pockets can look like basketball hoops, you do have to negate your way through a lot of balls sitting generally in that lower half of the table.
Yeah, sure. Cue ball control is everything. It doesn't matter what size table you're playing on. If you're not getting into position on your shots, it's going to make the pot more difficult and the following positional play.
Yep, so if you've just joined us, the great Dean O'Kane alongside of us, quarter-finalist at the Crucible back in 1987 at the Snooker World Championships, and 1991 as well?
97, 92.
1992. Beaten all the greats in the sport. A wonderful era. So interesting here that gone. So Jack for Riff Raff. Interesting that he went out to that right-hand side with the cue ball. It is a dry break, however, which will, in fact, it's Steve up against Tony Van Wyck by the looks of it. So Van Wyck, his first chance at the table. He's decided to go with solids.
Well, he played for position onto the 1 ball over the right corner pocket as you see it on your screen, but that hasn't worked out.
Yeah, it's interesting just observing the match play yesterday that really you determine solids and overs probably based almost on the most difficult ball on the table. Can I get to that particular ball? How difficult will it at some point be able to get to that particular ball? And so it's not always a case of just how many balls you sink off the break.
So with the foul shot committed by Tony, ball in hand, the opposing player can pick up the white ball and place it anywhere on the table.
Yeah, that's part of that sort of more American rules. I think when we were all grown up as kids, we always had that balk line. We had the D. You always had to play the white ball behind or inside the D. Now you can just place it anywhere on the table. And I think that's a good thing. It makes the game, I think, a lot more accessible.
Certainly does, speeds things up, and it's a great. It's quite a harsh penalty, but for a good player, they should really make something of it. Having said that, he's run badly out of position there.
Yeah, so what are his options here, Dean? Does he now play defensively? Does he have a defensive shot here? Can he just maybe look to try and snooker his opponent, put it back on Tony?
Yes, he's got to hit it after making contact. Ball has to cushion, so I'm not quite sure what his options are.
Goes for the shot and doesn't pull it off, and now he opens the door. So Tony Van Wyck comes back to the table. The other thing too, Dean, is that we just heard from players yesterday that this television table here running a little bit quicker than perhaps some of the outside tables, and that's going to require an adjustment early on.
Yes, they always do. I mean, they generally do. It's something to do with the lights, of course, which warms up the table and the cloth, so that makes it speedier.
Oh, fascinating contest. So you'll see that scoreline at the moment down below. That is just simply based on the number of balls that have been sunk. The hitters at the moment have put 4 down. However, if Riff Raff were to come to the table and win this frame, they'll automatically get 10 points. As we now...
Tony needs a good recovery shot here. That's pretty good. It's going a bit far with the cue ball. It's rolled towards the 12. That makes bridging on the next shot very difficult.
Yeah, let's just explain that terminology, bridging.
Just where the hand is placed.
So you're almost that Chinese snooker type situation.
Yes, he's hampered. He must not hit the 12 ball with the cue, otherwise that's a foul.
Yeah.
Again, he's just hampered by the 13 this time, but with the 8 ball over the right corner pocket, it should be pretty much a natural shot to get onto that. I'm surprised he stunned it. I thought the run-through shot would have been a better option there.
So when you say run through, just allowing the cue ball just to move forward without putting it on a dime or stopping it on a dime?
That's right. Yeah, a little bit of topspin perhaps.
So let's just see this difficult shot here.
Be careful not to go in off here.
Yeah. Oh, and as you said, but he manages, he survives, but he now has opened the door. It's a simple case here of now mapping the table for Steve. And then just joining the dots.
Well, the nearest ball is the 12, so if that goes into the middle pocket, he'll probably take that. If not, he's looking at long 14 here. Or the 15.
Yeah, I think they'll be disappointed with that, because really this should see this frame going the way of the hitters. And just like that, Tony Van Wyck picks up the 10 points. And so 10 points to 1. So at the moment, it is...
Tony's been around the scene for a long time, so he knows what he's doing. One of the most consistent players in New Zealand.
Yeah, had him in commentary yesterday. He's Another Blenheim boy, I think, is he, from the South Island?
Well, I think he's based in Auckland these days, but he's been playing a long time and has a lot of experience, so he shouldn't be fazed by any of this.
So Tony back at the table now.
So the solid 4-ball is in off the break.
Yeah, just looking at that there, Dean. What excites you more, the overs or the unders, the solids or the stripes?
Yeah, the thing about this shot, he's taking on the two, is when the ball's straight, it's hard to get position. And that is exactly what has occurred there. So I possibly would have played the overs there.
So he's just going to play defensively here. And so, opportunity now to throw it back on Riff Raff. So now it will be the hitters who will come to the table.
Well, all of a sudden the table's become a bit messy, hasn't it?
Yeah, neither player really at the moment. Team seems to have just settled. Maybe they're just getting a little bit of a feel for the table. They will want to... Very sort of open stance, hasn't he, Tony Van Wyck? He's not really that traditional snooker player, doesn't tend to get down that low on the cue.
Yes, he's played a bit of snooker in his time, but as you say, well, more snooker technique is generally more compact, shall we say. Good pot. Cut this in the middle, screw. Well, he's a bit unfortunate there. He played a good shot and went in behind the 9-ball and didn't hit it. Otherwise it would have been prime position.
Yeah, all about weight. Just not going too long or not coming up too short. It's a unique game. You've got 2 balls in play at any one time.
This would be some plant if he made it. No.
Yeah, I like the intent though. I like the attacking intent. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. It's a unique sport, isn't it, Dean, for the fact that no one shot will ever be replicated. And even if you get a similar shot, the second shot, the third shot, where you're looking to sort of move the cue ball towards, will always be different.
Yes, it's just full of variety, as you say. No 2 shots are the same.
So you can practice, but you can never replicate one thing. Like in football, you can practice taking a penalty. You know a penalty is always going to be a penalty. Same dimensions, same distance, same goal width, etc. But in this sport, yes, it is somewhat abstract.
Taking on the long 15 here, it needs good position on the 9. Well, he's on the 9, but once again, it's a bit straight, so that limits the range of positional options with the cue ball.
So what's he going to do here?
Try and release the 10, that's for sure. Well, he released it, and then it's back into a difficult position again.
So nicely played there from Tony Van Wyck. More than happy just to play defensively.
Yes, there's been quite a lot of defence in this particular frame.
So, well, got himself out of trouble, but has opened the table up now. Chance here for Tony to walk through the door. So what's he looking at? What's that solid that's going to provide him the greatest amount of difficulty?
Well, I think the 4 and the 1 together on the right cushion, he's in a good position to play the plant, which is the 4 onto the 1 into the right corner. So I think that is the shot to play.
Oh, just miscue there too. Maybe that's just that stance. He's very upright in his stance. I wonder if we could maybe get a replay of that. Just have a wee look. Just maybe see if we can just have a wee look here. Maybe, Dean, you could just talk us through that shot, because...
Well, he's putting plenty of chalk on the tip of the cue, so he's mishit this.
Have a look here.
Yeah, he cued across the ball, so that's never a good thing.
Well, I think it's good for people at home because they realise even the best can miscue. We don't feel so bad about it, do we, Dean? So, really, Riff Raff will be wanting to extend this lead.
Good shot from Tony. It's a snooker.
So he played that shot because he just couldn't really see beyond the yellow 1 ball how he could join the dots.
Yes, I think
in terms of the positioning of that cue ball, the white ball.
Yes, it was too fine a cut, but Tony should reap a good advantage from that play. Let's see what happens.
I'm going to have to play up the table here now. Yep, gets himself out, but...
Yep. There you are. That's what a good defensive shot can do, is create an opportunity. And this is an excellent opportunity.
So we've got the brown 7. The green 6. He's a very open stance, isn't he? He's very upright. Very much a feel player.
It should be easy from here. Stun the 6 into the middle pocket. And then you'll be on the 7. It's a little bit thinner than what he would like.
So we do have these teams playing across both tables, 2 other tables, and on television table as well. 16 frames in all will be played. 4 members in each team. Each player playing each member of the opposing team in just 1 frame. Now looking for the jigger. Love the jigger. I always relied on the jigger when we were a kid. We always felt that if we had the jigger, we were always going to pot something.
Yes, it's a curious name, isn't it? Because they have a jigger and a railway station as well.
I'm not sure he was asking for that, but...
He's basically run out of position and can't pot the 8 ball directly from where the cue ball is. So I don't think we're going to see the splat go unless it's a double kiss. Played the double kiss. It's not there.
Yeah, open the door now for Riff Raff. So opportunity here. 8 ball low just hovering above that pocket. Probably, what are we looking at, the green 14, the ball that's probably going to create the most difficulty?
Oh, for sure, Mark, yeah. That's the key ball in this frame now.
So does he look to try and move that now, or what's the strategy here? Or do you just play what's in front of you?
I think he'll just take a couple of pots on. He will have to move it unless he's going to play for a double.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay, now.
That's even worse position. He didn't really want the 14 directly on the cushion.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here that he doesn't sink that 8 ball. So if he plays it with too much power, there is a chance. Not sure he can quite see it at the moment.
It's a very difficult shot, this.
Yeah, but he's got nothing to lose. He needs to play it. Runs it nicely. Runs it nicely. Not quite enough, but a good effort. Good effort from the hitters. But Riff Raff will come back now and capitalise on that. And this to give them another match and pick up a further 10 points. So you are watching the VNEA 8-ball teams grand final live from the Masse Club in Hamilton. A team format, an exciting format. $15,000 in prize money up for grabs. Got the great cueist Dino Kane alongside me in the commentary box. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. So we just have a bit of a delay. These teams playing across 2 tables.
And the break-off shot, all important.
Yeah, we see quite a few dry breaks at times too. It's interesting, yesterday we saw, I think, 4 balls go down off the break, only for the player to decide to go with the opposite ball configuration. And a big cluster there in the middle of the table. What did you make of that, Dean?
Worst case scenario, cue ball in off, so it's going to be ball in hand.
Looking at the spread on the table, if you're at the table, are you going overs or are you going unders, and why?
It's a bit complicated there, isn't it? Because the balls are close together in the centre of the table, so that makes the positional play and potting much more difficult. He's going to have to put some thought into this.
And the table is still open, so he could technically put the 12 and play that plant on the solids if he felt he could. Have we got a ball down? We don't do. We do. Do we have a ball down? I think we do. So
could be 2 balls down.
Yeah, I think we might have.
Anyway, he's electing the solids. 3 ball in the corner.
Come back up the table by the looks of it. Will he play that 1 ball?
Yes, I think it's a tricky shot as well as the 5 on the right side cushion. That's what he's played for.
Yeah, at some point he's going to have to move these though, isn't he?
He's going to have to move something because one ball is blocking the other, you might say.
Yes, he's got that 2 ball. He's got that 6 ball as well. Down here in the bottom of the table.
He's going to need a good shot here, positional-wise.
Yeah, not probably what he quite wanted at the moment, but now I wonder whether we can see the defensive shot.
I'm just wondering if the 4 goes into the left corner pocket. Can't quite see from this camera angle.
So Can he just thread the needle here? What's he trying to do? Does. Plenty of weight on it. He's probably okay there. There is that opportunity, though, I think, for that 14 ball, maybe that middle pocket. What are his options here, Dean?
I'm not sure he's got much on. It might be a ball to the right corner. Well, I think he played it, actually. It's a little bit of safety in mind, perhaps.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, good safety shot too. So nothing definitively on here at the moment. So it is the hitters at the table.
Obviously cushion first and coming back up the table.
And there you go, so it will be ball in hand. So good defensive play coming from Riffraff, forcing the error. And now opportunity here to map the table, join the dots. Does he like what he sees? Get the thoughts of Dean O'Kane in terms of the spread here of the overs.
I think the 12 goes through the gap here, so it's a good time to play it with ball in hand. It's going to open things up a bit.
Yeah, just thread the needle. 9 ball next. Plenty enough weight on that. Yep, so guess that the 11 will be the issue for him.
Well, it does go for the left corner, and this is a frame-winning opportunity.
So opportunity here, cue ball. What, he just runs through here a little bit, does he?
I think he can play a little bit of a stun. There's some angle on this ball, so he can get closer to the run down the
I'm not
table.
Okay, so
it might cut. It's not what he played. He didn't really want this position.
yeah.
Now, where's the cue ball going to finish?
Oh, he shouldn't have too much difficulty here. A player of his ilk. So chance here for Riffraff to pick up the 10 points. And he does. And so good little comeback. Interesting game. A messy game is probably the best way of describing it. But these players all just trying to get a bit of a feel for this table. So Alex Hale will come back to the table too, I think. Yeah, interesting. Just yesterday, Dean, looking at a number of players, we saw some players playing very much with a snooker-based tip, much more narrow, a little bit finer. And then we saw a lot of, you know, obviously using the American style, fatter tip. But I guess it comes down to preference.
Yes, I think both options are available on a small table like this, whereas on a 9-foot table for 9-ball, you would always use the larger tip. So, yeah, either or in this case.
So here he is. We've got Mania coming up. He comes from a snooker background, really recognised by Jimmy Henry, and said, look, I think with your skills, you might just find yourself 9-ball, 8-ball, 10-ball. I think you could be something quite special. And he was very, very good yesterday. He said that he didn't really sort of enjoy the television table. I think he was a bit overwhelmed by it.
Yes, it's one of those things, isn't it? It's nothing. Only experience can help you in this position. Playing under TV lights, faster tables. needs a good break.
He needs a very good break. He's the type of guy that can clear the table too if he does get a good break. So it's certainly got something down. So he will stay at the table. Just having a look. See what ball. So green striped. Won't be that happy with that cue ball. Just almost kissing that left-hand rail. So observing that, Dean, big cluster of overs there. It looks like he is going to play solids.
Once again, the cue ball right by the side cushion. Not a favourable position, but should make the 2 ball in the corner.
Yeah, and moves a little bit of traffic as well, but really now he finds himself, can he thread the needle here and play maybe this purple 4 ball?
I think he's out of position, so I'm not sure if that is possible, Mark. So we could see a defensive shot here.
Yeah, and it looks like he will play defence here on this round 7. In that situation where he plays a defensive shot, the ball, what needs to come off the cushion, does it, to be a legal shot?
That's right. After contact with the object ball, a ball must hit the cushion.
Sure.
What it means, it stops people from just rolling up behind a ball without contacting the cushion.
And that's the cue ball that must come off the rail?
No, it's any ball.
Any ball, okay. You don't get into a situation like 3-ball billiards where you're just picking up points and at the table for 5 hours.
That's right. There's a great player from Australia called Walter Lindrum.
Yes, the great Walter Lindrum, yep.
And he still holds the world's highest billiards break, the game you're referring to, Mark, of 4,137 points.
Yep. And then
in 1 break.
And we, of course, then had the great Clark McConaughey. Yeah, I think under the new rules, under the new rules of billiards, that, you know, and records change under new rules, I've got a feeling it was done at the Cosy Club here in Hamilton by Peter, who's the...
Gilchrist.
Peter Gilchrist, wasn't it? I think on a table here, of about 2,000 something.
Great player, great billiards player from the UK, Peter resides in Singapore these days.
Nice guy.
He's a funny guy too.
Yeah, he is. He tells a great story about being a chipmunk. Yes, I've interviewed him on radio. I thoroughly enjoyed his company. I thoroughly enjoyed his energy, and I think he's great in terms of promoting arguably the most traditional of formats in 3-ball billiards.
Just referring to the rules in billiards, the players were so good that the governing bodies had to keep changing the rules, and that is quite remarkable for any sport.
Yeah, absolutely.
Effectively, they would try and stop the players from scoring, but the players being that good, they got around that.
Well, it's a bit like in the javelin. They changed the tips and the weights of a javelin in track and field because they were starting to throw 90 metres and safety issues, and they've changed all of that. And, you know, and yes, the distances did go back, but now they're starting to come forward again because, you know, players are stronger, technically better, a lot more supplementary work. And so the evolution of sport, fascinating. But it is riff-raff at the moment who are looking to try and take this key shot here now.
I don't think it pops for the middle, so far left corner.
Far left, so going to need to just get the right weight on it and plays it confidently and plays it comfortably, and there we go. Another 10 points, so. And they're going to play... So just waiting for our next match. It will be Alex Hale, by the looks of it, up against Tony Van Wyck. Two very, very experienced players. Neither player will be wanting to make a mistake. Just looking at my sort of sense of the form at the moment, I think that probably Alex comes in with a better form recently, having come back from Las Vegas. Tony just looks just a little bit out of sorts from what we've seen so far. Maybe it's just making that adjustment, as we said, to the television table. You've been there yourself, Dean, and it's, you know, just even the light reflecting off the balls can impact, can't it?
Well, that's right. The lights, the TV lights, as you look at an object ball, especially further down the table, there's glare coming off the balls, which makes reading the angles much more difficult.
Okay, so we've had the 3 ball go down. Now, what does he choose here? Does he go overs? Does he go solids? Your immediate impression, Dean? First look at the table.
Could go either. The problem is that the 2 balls by the right centre pocket, so he's going to have to free one of those. If he plays solids, that's why he's going for the stripes.
And he does move that 15 ball too, so gives himself a little bit more room, whether that decides to be his next shot or later on.
Well, it would be nice for him if it went past the 4 ball into the left centre. That would leave an easy route for the cue ball. However, it doesn't go, so it's a much more difficult 12.
And he plays it nicely. Opportunity now here for the plant, is it? Or does he? Yep, he will look for that. No, plays safety, gets him behind. So, happy to throw it back on his opponent.
Yes, I think that's a good choice of shot from Tony, because it's bound to create an opportunity, one would think.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You know, we often talk, and I guess most people, it's always emphasis on potting balls and moving the white around, but this defensive ability is such a key component. And, so, gets himself out of trouble. Positions the cue ball nicely, actually, so still an opportunity with the green stripe down here on the bottom. In fact, no, so
ball in hand.
Ball in hand.
There.
So why was that ball in hand?
After contact with the object ball, a ball didn't hit a cushion.
Okay, so that's what we talked about earlier.
Yes.
So that's what we talked about earlier. A ball needed to hit cushion, so you probably need to just play that with a little bit more weight.
Ideally, yes.
And last minute playing on table 18 and 17.
And there's the replay of it. So most people's rules at home would say that's good enough. Everyone seems to have a slightly different set of rules on their home table. It's a bit like backyard cricket.
Yes, well, Tony's got a bit of work to do here.
Yeah, and off, and the cue ball goes down. Not the shot he was hoping for.
I didn't think it was a natural angle to go and off, so that kind of surprises me as well. What he's trying to do was get near that corner pocket so he can pot the 10 directly.
You'd sort of think here that Alex Hale, off his ability, should clear the table here.
Great opportunity to do that, yes.
Just sitting that cue ball though, a little bit just on that rail.
More difficult pot, this one. Straight in, no problem.
And so, Riff-Raff getting their way back into this match. We've been good on the last 3 matches that we've seen in this teams, but this is the individual match play. And now just the 8 ball. And that's a very good performance from Alex Hale over Tony Van Wyck. And there it is. So, as quick as that, you just make that little bit of mistake and you immediately throw it back over to your opponent. So just try and confirm those scores. We've got other matches in this amongst these two teams being played on some of those outside tables. Yet to see Jimmy the Professor Henry come to the television table. He tells me he's never lost on a TV table, Jimmy.
Well, that would be a good statistic to have in your arsenal, wouldn't it?
I said, be careful of the commentator's curse, my good man.
Exactly.
So 40-37, the hit is over the riffraff. So it's close. It's a good fallback that you are still rewarded for potting balls, even though you don't end up winning the frame. So we are just waiting for outside matches to conclude. There is Jimmy Henry, the man they call the Professor because he'll take you back to school. That's what he says.
He's got a few lines, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's great. He's great. He's great. He's great colour. He's great for the game, actually. Well, I think that's what sport needs, is some personality. You know, you had a great eclectic mix of personalities in your era when you look at the likes of Alex Hurricane Higgins and then the contrasting style of Steve Davis.
Yes, they were the antithesis of each other.
Didn't realise Steve Davis these days, bit of a music DJ in the States, in the UK, eh? Loves to do a lot of dance music and goes around to all the clubs, and that's like Steve Davis, and there he is, you know.
That's right, Steve Interesting Davis.
Yeah, because he was so sort of boring.
That's it. He was
not boring, but yeah, very conservative, I guess is probably the way of his personality. He came across conservative.
Yes, he did. He had a puppet on Spitting Image, and that's where the name Steve Interesting Davis was coined.
Yeah. It's funny because you sort of have in tennis, you always had that Pete Sampras too, a little bit sort of dull, and then you had the Jimmy Connors and the McEnroes, and you know, we all like a little bit of colour, don't we? And where did you fit into it, Dean? You're probably somewhere in the middle, were you?
Probably somewhere split it down the middle, but a lot of them are good friends of mine.
Yeah, and you were known as what, the surgeon?
Doctor.
The doctor. The doctor. So just getting a little bit of the score update here in regards to the team's format. So we'll bring you another team's format for you shortly. Okay, so 6 points. So there you go. We'll just confirm that for you because we did have teams on the outside table. So it was 120 in the finish, 114. So it was the hitters beating the riffraff by just 6 points. So Richard, Manaya, Jimmy and Tony getting the job done. Interesting here that Jimmy, the Professor Henry, winning just the one of his 3 matches, or one of his 4 matches. In fact, he won game 4, but dropped games 1, 2 and 3. Ironically, we didn't see Jimmy on the table for any of those 3 losses, the television table.
He should have been on the TV table.
He should have been on the TV table. We will leave it there at the moment. Mark Watson alongside of me, Dino Kane. You are watching the VNEA 8-ball teams grand final live from the Masse Club in Hamilton.
Make every shot count. Introducing the all-new Predator 314 and Z high-performance shafts. Reloaded with new technology for unprecedented accuracy. Predator, engineering victory.
they're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, if you make those centers within time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, Austin. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Well, that's to the spice of it.
they're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, if you make those 70% of the time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, Austin. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Yes, a very good afternoon and welcome into live coverage of the New Zealand team's grand final championship live from the Masse club in Hamilton. Looking forward to this one. It is the hitters up against the spotters. It'll be Ronald Lopez first up against Jimmy, the Professor Henry, in a match play format, an interesting format. The winner of each frame picks up 10 points. The losing team will get a point for every ball that they do pocket, that they do pot. And there is Jimmy Henry, the man they call the Professor. Alongside of him in his team will be Mania Bobbington, Tony Van Wyck and Rich Parata. And for the spotters, Richard Alfonso, Roldan Largo, Marvin Pedrago and Ronald Lopez. It will be Lopez with the break. And it is a dry break, so immediately Jimmy the Professor Henry will come to the table. Decides that solids is where he wants to go. He's mapped it already. Plenty of weight on that cue ball. Just having to make the adjustment too to the television table. The cloth here runs just a little bit quicker than maybe what we see on the outside tables. He's a wonderful marksman, great potter. I call him the Professor because he'll take you back to school. And so, joining me in commentary, one of the greatest that's ever played cue sports in this country, the great Dean O'Kane.
Afternoon, Mark.
Yeah, great to have Jimmy the Professor Henry at the table. He says he's never lost on television. Well, we'll find out shortly. That is a good pot from Jimmy. So we had a dry break from Ronald Lopez, which has brought Jimmy to the table. Now he's just got his tiny snooker here, so he's just having to play over the top. Very, very smart, intelligent player. Nicely played, but he just off. Cue ball goes down, so opportunity now for the spotters for Lopez to come to the table.
Yes, it was a good pot from Jimmy, but the in-off was unforeseen.
It's great too, isn't it, that we're seeing a lot of the Asian population here in New Zealand. Always had a strong affinity for cue sports, but nice to see it coming through the domestic national ranks here in New Zealand as well. Players out of Malaysia, Korea, China that have decided to make New Zealand their home.
Yes, cue sports in Southeast Asia is absolutely huge, massive, especially snooker, but that extends to other disciplines of the sport as well. They've got huge populations, so they do have a lot of players, and have really come to the fore internationally in the last decade or so.
Yeah, and generally they're very good technically, aren't they? I mean, I think that's just part of the whole sort of culture within Asia. Is they're a lot of sports very technically focused, very textbook in their approach.
Yes, and there's a great Chinese player, Ding Xuanhui, so he's the best Chinese player to have come out of Asia, really, so he's a technical player, but with a bit of flair as well. Tremendous break builder.
So this is good here for Ronald Lopez, member of the spotters team. Richard Alfonso, Roldon Largo, and Marvin Petrago. Now, maybe just in a little bit of difficulty here. So
Should be all right potting them, the two.
He's getting back across to that green solid's probably going to be the challenge for him, or does he take that on now?
The problem, obviously, is the 8 ball, the black, and getting into position on that, or else moving it off the cushion.
Does he look to move it now, perhaps? Let's have a look at what he does with that cue ball. Screws it, brings it back, says, look, I'm going to worry about that 8 ball.
It may just pass the 9 ball, but it's pretty tight.
Going to have to bring that cue ball back across the table, though.
Yeah, it needs a good positional shot here.
He's going to need to have the right weight. Too light. He's going to find himself in a similar situation, and he has. Has he got enough weight on that? Got an opportunity here. We don't unfortunately have that aerial shot just to get an idea of whether he does have a straight line there. It'll give you a chance there, Dean.
I think he's going to have to hit the side cushion with the black, but at the right weight it should go in.
And he does take it, and therefore they do take out that first frame. It is the spotters who win that 10 points to 5. Jimmy Henry does pick up the 5 points, though.
Well, there's a first time for everything. Jimmy Henry's unbroken record on the TV table is over.
Yep, fascinating. So what we'll have now is we'll have Richard Alfonso come to the table, recently back from Las Vegas, having competed over there representing New Zealand, and he will take on Tony Van Wyck. So two very good teams, stacked teams. If they lose, it doesn't mean that they're out of this competition. It just means they go into a very difficult side of the draw. But still plenty of pool to be played. We will have 16 frames in total. A reason here, Dean, in terms of taking this cue ball across the far side of the table for the break?
Well, I think they can generate a bit more power when they break on the side of the pack. And that's what we're seeing here. A bit of angle to come into the pack.
So, dry break. Now Tony Van Wyck will come to the table. Looked a little bit out of sorts in their earlier match. But he's had time now to make some shifts mentally, to make that adjustment. You would have been there, Dean, at times, just sitting back down, sometimes just maybe having to make a shift mentally?
Yes, I mean, it's important, obviously, how you feel. But you can still feel bad and play well. I suppose the thing is, it's not always how good your A game is, it's how good you can play when you're not playing well.
Correct, yeah. I think that's the same in a lot of things, isn't it? It's even when you're having a bad day by everybody else's standards, it's still a pretty good one. So let's have a look here at Richard Alfonso. So looking at the way those overs are mapped at the moment, Dean, should he run through this? What is going to provide him the greatest level of difficulty?
Well, it's whether this 11 ball, is it, actually goes into the middle pocket. If it does, he's got to play it now.
does too. And the other thing is that you are not allowed to block the pockets, so he could have potentially knocked in that orange 5 ball and would have stayed down. He wouldn't have lost the table.
Played that well.
Clearly that 8 ball is probably where the concern is. Somebody knows he's going to have to get across to it.
We used a bit of check side, right-hand side on the cue ball so that he can play the 14 before the 10. And that's quite a smart play because he's going to have a good angle on the 10 now to come up for the 8 ball.
Yeah, so he's thinking really 2 or 3 shots ahead, wasn't he? Saying, well, I know I've got the options here, but really what is in the best interests of me getting eventually to that 8 ball? Ooh, is he
All about the pace.
Yeah, and he's done a good job there. So he will play this middle pocket. And what the big telling point is there, the hitters do not sink a ball. And so suddenly it is the spotters who pick up another 10 points.
Yep, very well played.
Leading 20 points to 5 after 2 matches. And now we will have Marvin Padrago come up against Richard Parata. So just accumulating the scores across the far side. In regards to the racking of the balls, it's just the 8 ball just needs to be in the middle. Is there any? I mean, I know often at home on people's tables you sort of go under over, but you can rack them in any.
Yes, I think the apex balls, the 13 and 1 there, should be different. One solid, one stripe.
One solid stripe. Okay, yep. But other than that,
and it's important to get all the balls touching as you rack the balls.
So it will be Marvin Patrago with the break. And puts the cue ball down too, so it will be ball in hand. Not the ideal start for him. So immediately advantage goes the way of Richard Parata. You haven't thought about playing yourself, Dean?
I played a bit of 8 ball and mostly, actually, we played a multi-cue sport event in Australia in Sydney a few years ago. So we played 8 ball, 9 ball, snooker and billiards. But I haven't recently, no. That was when I was still on the Pro Tour.
If I ever played the team format, you're on my team.
Thanks, Mark.
Okay, you're on my team, all right? Okay.
Okay, buddy.
Okay. Yeah, I just, I'd be confusing ability with ambition, but I'd have probably a chance with you, Dean.
Anytime, no problem.
So, deciding to go with overs. Now, real chance here. I tell you what, the hitters, they need to win this frame. Put themselves back in the contest and really try and just clear the table. Play straight through.
Yes, he went a bit far for the 12 ball, which is, I think, what he played for. So he's going to have to go back up the table for the 9.
You've got nice form, nice lovely little follow through. Just about too much weight on that. Got a difficult shot coming now.
Yes, from the look at his face, I don't think he can get through to the 11.
Got to be careful here.
Close.
I wonder if he doesn't feel he needs a judge. Nicely played. So,
Even been a little bit of a swerve on there, so that was a good shot.
yeah, in training, in practice, what are they mainly working on? Is it what are the hardest shots, or what are the areas that you need to gravitate towards?
Well, I think, hard shots, difficult shots are always going to be difficult shots. So
But is it playing the cue ball from the cushion? Is it? I mean, is there sort of stock standard shots that regularly come up that are considered to be, a slightly different skill set that do require a lot of work?
yes, playing under the cue ball under the cushion is always a difficult shot. Long straight shots should be practiced for your cueing.
Yep.
A lot of it's just focus as well, Mark. So the more you practice, the more focus you can have around the match table.
So that is a very good victory for Richard Parata over Marvin Pedrago, and they do pick up the 10 points. So suddenly it's 21 plays 15, still in advantage of the spotters. But there is a long way to go in this match. This will be the final of the first round robin, and we will have Roldan Largo taking on Mania Babington. Let's go back here and have a look at the break. And it was just that cue ball. So it'll be Roldan Largo here, another one that's recently back from the United States, having represented New Zealand. A good break too, very good break. So he's a player who has the ability here to clear this table. Looking at that spread, Dino Kane.
Yeah, certainly one of the better breaks that we've seen.
He'll be looking at that ball that's going to provide him the most difficulty and saying, how am I going to get across to it if I go...
Oh, he's electing to play the solids here, even though he potted some stripes.
Yep, so he probably feels that there must be a ball there on the stripes that's going to present a bit more difficulty than perhaps what the solids will provide. Again, he's more of that traditional pool player, not a player who likes to get low on the cue, but more of an open type stance. But the key here, Dean, too, playing with soft hands.
Yeah, I think from this position, he's looking at a run out for sure. If he plays the 2 for the left corner, the cue ball should come back into the middle of the table. That's one option.
So just like Chinese snooker, just coming over the top here. But plays it comfortably enough. Yeah, wants to go across and play that 7, that brown 7.
He's having to look to see if the 8 ball passes the 9 into the right corner, so he's certainly thinking ahead.
Okay, so he's going to come back and play that 3 ball. He thinks that that's the best route for him. It's nice. Still a bit of work to do on that 8 ball. This needs to be a good... Needs to control this cue ball here. Doesn't just stop it on a dime, a little bit of thing. Decides to bring it back on the backspin and take the 9 ball out of play. So good thinking here from this very impressive Roldan Largo. And just like that, they pick up another 10 points. And they have really dominated this first round of matches. And by my account, it's 31, leads 18. But it can change so very quickly. And now it'll be Tony Van Wyck who will come to the table for his second match. Dean, how early, when you come to a table, again under the lights of the television, how quickly do you determine the run of the cloth? Do you get a pretty feel off the first shot, or how many shots does it take to suddenly you sort of get a bit of a feel for the table and therefore need to make the slight adjustment?
It takes a few shots. In the old days we used to string, which is the way that you determine who breaks first.
Yep.
Send the cue ball up to the top cushion and the closest down to the bulk cushion gets the break. So that's one, the first shot gives you a bit of an idea of the pace of the table.
So Ronald Lopez now will come to the table, dry break from Tony Van Wyck. So let's see what Lopez can do.
Okay, last minute versus Jack and Box, tables 1, 2 and 3.
He's trying to get the cue ball out into the middle of the table. He's done that pretty well.
Yeah, he played that very aggressively, didn't he? That's always the danger early on. There is a lot of balls on the table. Pretty good so far, the spotters team. They've looked fairly flawless. Haven't really made too many mistakes of taking their opportunities when presented. But now, maybe for the first time, just a little spotter bother here. Because where do you go after the 12 ball?
Yes, I think the key ball is the orange at 13. That's in a tricky position.
Yeah, that 8 ball too, just being blocked by the orange 5 ball. Did he get enough on that? Snookered himself, has he? No, he's got the opportunity here for the 11. Unless he looks to maybe play defensively. Has he got a defensive opportunity here at all?
Well, he could leave the cue ball on the top cushion, stun it or play it slowly.
Big shot in the context of this match, plays it nicely, disrupts that orange ball, so this is good, but what does he do with the 8? 8 ball is the concern here for him. What's the strategy, Dean?
Well, he's looking at playing the 8 ball off the cushion onto the 5 and into the pocket, but he's got a bit of an angle to work with here. Have to be a very good shot to get directly onto the 8.
Comes across the table, so chance here.
Also got a possible double into the right corner.
Yeah, double. We've all tried it at home. A little bit of a hit and hope and Hail Mary for most of us, but these guys are Precisionists, they like to... And he does, and there it is. Very good play indeed. And so they pick up another 10 points. More importantly, the hitters, well, they pick up nothing. So Tony Van Wyck really just hasn't got an opportunity to get into any sort of rhythm at the moment. And now we will have Richard Alfonso come to the table. And we'll take on Richard Parata. Still a lot of time to come back here, but the spotters will be wanting to try and win the next couple of frames, I would have thought. I think the biggest danger is they're just not accumulating points when they're at the table to somehow narrow that margin. And will that come back and bite them? So great camaraderie. So it is Alfonso up against Parata. Parata with the break. Really important, this break for him. Then another cue ball down. So ball in hand, advantage automatically to the spotters team. Richard Alfonso didn't seem to really play that with a lot of aggression, Dean O'Kane.
Yeah, it's just the worst possible result, isn't it? To cue ball in off the break. Hands over the table to your opponent. Ball in hand, you can start from anywhere on the table.
No, he's having a quick look. What are his options? We'll just see if we can get you to pick it, Dean. Come back and have a look at the spread on the table. Large cluster. Looks like he's going to play overs. Solids, I should say. No, can't quite see it at the moment. What is that ball that's going to provide him the most difficulty? So he's deciding to, we'll play the solids. He wants to come down here and I think just address this little cluster. Look to just maybe break it up. Plenty in that. Took a little bit of a gamble as it come off. Is that cue ball kissing the 9?
I think the 7 passes into the left corner, yes.
He really only has the opportunity here in that red solid. I'm not sure that he can get past the 9 ball any other way. Difficult defensive shot because he must have a ball come off the rail here. So looking to try and maybe just cut this ball into this bottom right pocket. Lovely weight, lovely weight. Has he done enough? That 8 ball still in a precarious position on the table. Where's the difficulty going to come here, Dean?
Well, I think he's okay. He's going to obviously pop the 1 into the left and centre pocket, but 7 to the 4 is key, and then 4 obviously needs a good angle on that to get right in behind the black. So a couple of good positional shots required.
Now, it does start to get difficult. Key moment in this game. Spotters, though, 6 points on the board. One will lose the frame here, but big shot in the context of this match, arguably. Nicely played. Now, just the 8 ball to extend the lead for the Spotters over the hitters, who have just really struggled to get themselves on the board. This team has been simply superb. Takes it, runs it, it's good enough, and there you go, just like that. Just like that, we see Richard Alfonso beat Rich Parata comfortably. At another 10 points. Now, big break, big moment for this very impressive Mania Babington. Just not going their way at the moment. Gravity not working in their favour. Another dry break. There might be some salvation in the fact that the layout of the table still will provide some difficulty here for Marvin Pedrago. What are you seeing, Dean?
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's an easy run out at all. It doesn't matter whether you play solids or stripes, so a lot of work to do in this frame still.
So solid is the intended group, but
look, he's a bit unlucky there. He played a good shot and he moved the other solid into a playable position, but unfortunately the cue ball's become hampered.
Yeah, not a lot of options, is there? I'm not sure there's a path through to that orange 5, and I think the 2 ball here.
Yeah, this might cut, but he's not certain to be on another ball.
So he cuts it in. Now, let's have a look. Okay, options here with the 3 red.
In playing that shot, unfortunately, he's hit one of his solids into an unplayable position on the bulk cushion.
Which, oh, that top 5 orange ball. So that's what he's going to be thinking about at some point. He's going to need to try and move that.
And the 4 ball as well, I think. He
Yeah.
could possibly move it on this shot. And he's going to have to do it at some stage.
So Spotters, though, with the lead that they do have, will be happy to, if they can pick up 6, 7 points, even if they lose the frame. They'll just keep that scoreboard ticking over. And then you start to put more and more pressure on that hitters team.
Good shot.
Yep, well, you talked about moving that 4 ball, and he's done exactly that, so very good shot. Now can he just disrupt and get that 5 ball in a slightly better position, which is the orange ball on the almost on the cushion on the left-hand side of the table. Looking at it now. Intriguing contest for Marvin Pedrago.
Well, perhaps he's shaping up for a length of the table double.
Well, like I say, I think they'll be happy at this point that worst scenario, this will provide them 6 points. And he brings it up nicely. Now, can he somehow maybe find a way to play some sort of defensive shot perhaps? Or is he going to play that double ding?
I think defence is his only option from this angle.
And he does play it, and plays it well too. But there's still opportunity now at the table for Babington. He's going to need to take it though. Try and pick up the 10 points for the hitters. Well, certainly not sure he had too many other options, did he, Dean?
Yeah, it was quite an intriguing shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, that cue ball just almost very, very precarious position. One of the hardest shots right here. Needs to just... 8 ball is the big issue for him. Oh, that's good. That's good. Might just be enough. Might just be enough here. Good from Marvin Petrago. Does he have a channel to that middle pocket with the 8 ball? Oh, he does, and that's a very good display. Cue ball sits, and there we go. The spotters, well, they pick up another 10 points, and unfortunately for the hitters, they don't manage points at all. And now it will be Roldan Largo up against Jimmy the Professor Henry. Need to start getting themselves back into this, Dean. 61 plays 19. Still only halfway through this team's match, this match play. But at some point, it starts to become a little bit psychological. So cue ball down. So another disappointing break for the hitters. Nothing going their way. So ball in hand. Boy, it seems to be when luck's on your side, it's on your side. And when it's not going your way, you just have one of those days.
One-way traffic at the moment, that's for sure. Definitely not getting the run.
Looking at the table, again, he'll be saying, right, what ball here is going to provide me the greatest level of difficulty? And at what point do I need to address it? Or at what point, how can I move it? So this is the big shot first up. Plays the plant, going with the solids. Hasn't left himself much here, Dean.
Well, I think you can cut the ball into the left centre, but if the 2's on, it's also an option. Having a look at the... Is it the 6?
Yeah, nice weight moves that too. So, but now that cue ball, really, really tough position here. Is he looking to come back down the table and play the solid yellow 1? And how does that then look? Not sure he had too many options, did he? Now the brown 7 left pocket.
Yes, it's all gone horribly wrong there.
Yeah, can he get past that 8 ball? In a bit of difficulty now. So he has just opened that door of opportunity for Jimmy. Jimmy can get himself to the table.
Might be looking to leave the cue ball on the top cushion there, so it's a safety shot coming up.
So looking to play the 4-ball and does play safety. So maybe just have a look at that, see what options Jimmy has. Very good safety shot, first impression. He positioned that well.
Well, if you can't pot something, Jimmy, you just play the same shot.
Yeah, I'm about to say that. Do we just, anything you can do, I can do. So let's just throw it back in your face and let's just play a similar shot. And he does.
Well, he's gone for the cover there, and I think he's got it.
Yeah, good play from the professor. He'll want to take Roldan Largo back to school. That's why they call him the professor. Intriguing match, defensive at the moment. The purists love this cat and mouse game. It's almost a little bit like test cricket at the moment. Who's going to blink first?
Well, is he going to attempt the swerve shot or perhaps get his jump cue? There we have it.
Well, you're going to go jump, is he?
Yes, he's going to jump the white over the 9 and try and pocket the 2 into the pocket.
This will be a great shot if he can pull this off. Oh, great shot too. That is good potting. That is very good 8-ball indeed. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Looking at the plant option, I mean the 4-ball goes in the left corner pocket, but the cue ball would be going away from his next ball. Played it well.
Still got some work to do though now, but I think he'll be, in fact he's accumulated the 5 points. So is it defensive here or does he take his chance? What's he thinking about, Dean? What's he looking at?
Well, does it go through the gap into the centre pocket? That's initially what he'll be looking at.
And then what, come back and play that 4-ball? Still got that 8-ball in a precarious position there because you've got those stripes just blocking that path. Unless he can bring that cue ball up the table. Not an easy shot here.
If it doesn't go in the centre, there's a possibility of doubling the 4 into the opposite middle pocket.
And he does just that and does it superbly. Boy, another very good shot. Under all sorts of pressure. We saw the jump shot earlier. And now a double at a key time. Big question is that 8-ball.
Well, it would go from where the cue ball is now. It's just getting that cue ball back into a similar position.
Yeah, just getting enough weight on it and misses the shot after 2 very good shots. He's opened the door now. Can Jimmy, the Professor Henry, walk through it? They need a momentum shift. They need something to go their way. And you'd expect Jimmy to clear the table here. Happy to play defence. So, that 5-ball Clearly, Jimmy couldn't see himself getting through it, getting around it. Just be this beautifully played from Jimmy.
Well, he's going to reap what he sows here for sure.
Superb skills on display, live from the Masse Club in Hamilton. If you're inspired by what you see, do check out the website. Just Google Masse. Get yourself involved. Plenty of coaching around. We've all played the game at some point.
Ball in hand. This is a good time to make a run out.
Yep,
Jimmy.
you said that you reap what you sow, and we are now seeing the benefits here for Jimmy off the back of that defensive shot previous. And now looking to just, as you said, run it out from here. Just can't be too casual in his approach though. Really important, these points now for the hitters. They need a momentum shift. Absolutely dominated by the spotters. Okay, now just a little bit of difficulty here for Jimmy. I'm not sure he'll be that happy with that, Dean.
No, it's definitely not ideal. I mean, it does go into the left corner pocket, but how do you get on the 9 ball? You have to be a very good shot.
He misses it. He misses it. And now another little momentum shift back to the spotters. And Roldan Largo. Oh, goes for the double and doesn't quite pull it off. He's been superb.
It was close, wasn't it?
It was, and I don't blame him for taking it on because he's in that sort of form. Another good defensive shot from Jimmy. Says don't sit down. You're going to be back up at the table very quickly.
So it's cushion first and try and make the ball into the right corner pocket.
Oh, nicely done. Intriguing match.
Certainly cuts in. He just wants the cue ball on the opposite side of the table.
Yeah.
Ideally closer to the 9 ball.
Yeah, he's got this tough shot. Anything from distance is a tough shot.
Crucial shot of the match, this one.
Expert comments from the great Dean O'Kane. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. And now the hitters finally getting themselves on the board, are they? And Jimmy Henry gets the job done. Takes that frame, 10-6. They claw back an extra 4 points. Still, it is the spotters with the commanding lead in this team's match play. And we are halfway through now. And so we will So Ronald Lopez will come to the table. He will take on Tony Van Wyck, I think. In fact, no, he'll take on Richard Parata. Still playing a bit of snooker yourself, Dean? You got a table at home?
No, I haven't played. The last tournament I played was Six Reds Oceania Championship in Sydney just before lockdown, so that's quite a while ago.
A couple of years back now.
Over 2 years ago, yes.
How did you go?
Not good for me. I was runner-up, so if you don't win it, it doesn't count.
Well, there's a little bit of that, and then you can be a bit hard on yourself. I think later in life, you know, a lot of people would be happy with that, but yeah, I mean, if you've been to the level you've been to, I can understand that philosophy. There we go, good break here. Let's just have a look, the spread. He's got his options. What will be scaring him the most here, Dean, when he looks at this?
Well, there's a bit of traffic on the right-hand side of the table. Making your way through that. I think he's playing the 10. I'd probably play that. Take the cue ball up towards that traffic on the other side of the table.
So Ronald Lopez does go with the overs.
Let's control the cue ball.
He's not happy. Not happy. But that's why you practice. You practice for these scenarios. So, 9 ball. There's the object ball. Brings it back nicely. Maybe just a little bit too much weight on that again.
Yes, he's gone a bit far to make it straightforward, hasn't he? Well, I must say he's been a bit fortunate there to end up in prime position on the 12. I mean, that could have gone badly wrong.
Yeah, being flawless. I've got to say the spotters team may have been simply superb. Now just the 8 ball. And again, biggest thing here is the hitters will not register points. And that's really just costing them at the moment. It's going to get to the point where it's going to be out of reach, and he pulls it off, and there you go. So, a very good victory for Ronald Lopez over Richard Parata. And now we will have Richard Alfonso come to the table.
straight down.
In fact, it will be Roldan Largo. So, Roldan Largo taking on Tony Van Wyck. Third match for both of these players. So playing the stripes, playing the overs. He's going to have to worry about that little cluster down this end of the table, though, at some point. At 11. And that stripe brown.
I think he'll polish off these three down this end first, and then worry about the plant at the end.
And there goes the 14 ball.
Now it needs a good positional shot to get up to the other end of the table. And that's pretty good. Well, anything could happen here.
Well, he's got the rub of the green or the rub of the cloth. Still, that 8 ball is the ball that's going to provide him the greatest degree of difficulty. So, use of the cue ball here, absolutely crucial. Probably needs to bring that cue ball down the table, play the 8 ball back up.
Yes, very hard to control the white there.
He's done pretty well. That's not a bad effort. Now looks to cut that 8 ball into that. Does he go look to the top left or does he go to the centre here, Dean?
Well, it's a difficult cut because the jaws stick out on these tables.
Yeah, square in the middle, aren't they? Yeah.
So there's a double through the gap there, but very dangerous.
Boy, yeah, that'd be a miracle shot, wouldn't it? It'd be a great shot to see. Should we encourage him to do it? Do you want to yell out from the commentary box, Dean? Take your chance. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Okay, so he's going for that cut to that top.
This is a tough shot.
Pocket. Great shot if he can pull this off. One of the great shots. Let's have a look what he can do. It's on its way. Never really looked like it, though. And so, opportunity. Now, goes the back. Goes the way. Take care of Tony Van Wyck, who really just hasn't had enough time at the table to gain any real momentum. Really crucial time now in this match. Tony needs to be at his best. Looks to disrupt too, does a nice job there at just moving that 7 ball and that 4 ball. So Marvin won.
Under normal circumstances, I think we'd see Tony run out here.
Yeah, he's going to see the spotters here. Still got the 7 points, haven't they? So just chipping away slowly. But I can tell you on the outside tables too that Mania Bobbington has had a win for the hitters. There we go. So 2 balls away for Tony Van Wyck. So he'll pick up the rubber. He'll pick up a crucial 10 points for his hitters team. And does that nicely. So that's very good 8 ball from one of New Zealand's most experienced cueists. And just like that, it is 10-7. So, just the 4th round matches to come now. Not good enough, mate. You need to practice more. Okay, so we have just had the update that, in fact, looking at the scores across the other tables as well, it is the spotters who have ended up beating the hitters. There is no way that they can come back on the remaining games to try and pull back any sort of margin. So congratulations to the spotters, that team of Richard Alfonso, Roldan Largo, Marvin Petrago and Ronald Lopez, comfortably through to the next round. Some work to be done from the likes of Mania Bobbington, Tony Van Wyck, Richard Parata and Jimmy the Professor Henry. Hope you are enjoying the coverage live from the Masse Club. We'll take a break and we'll come back with more.
They're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, if you make those centers within time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, Austin. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot? They're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, if you make those sentences in time, you're professional.
Give him a hand. Awesome. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot? They're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, if you make those sentences in time, you're professional.
Give him a hand. Awesome. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Kia ora, welcome into the Masse Club in Hamilton for the VNEA 8-ball teams grand final. Looking forward to bringing you 8-ball throughout the afternoon in what is simply a wonderful format. We've got Team Sisic coming up against Maximum Penetration. Joining me in commentary, the man they just simply call the professor because he'll take you back to school, Jimmy Henry. Jimmy, another intriguing contest between two very good teams. We'll just run through both teams. So we've got Team Sisic.
Yeah, well, there's Edgar Lumag, Earl Kalika, Dino Tagaloa, and George Kwamko.
And for Maximum Penetration, we've got Brodie Fitzgeorge, we've got Sean Coombe, we've got Lucas Thomas, and we've got Ned Artune.
And playing at the moment.
My apologies, Jed Artune.
Playing at the moment, it's Earl and Jed.
So we've got Earl Kalika and Jed Artune. And so, just off the break, it's already Sisic who have picked up the 4 points. Of course, if you have just joined us, the format is a simple one. If you win the frame, you pick up 10 points. However, if you lose the frame, you will still accumulate points on the number of balls that you did pocket or pot. And so good start here coming from
Earl. Great start.
Yeah, playing confidently, playing quickly too. And now just the 8 ball to pick up the 10 points. More importantly, 2. MP not accumulating anything, and just like that, it is Sizig who take the maximum advantage of this first frame and immediately put pressure back on MP.
Well, that was a great start. It's always good to get off to a good start, as you saw in the last match.
Yeah, so we'll have now Jed Artune. He will stay at the table.
Head start. Next game up. Brody and Dino.
So it will be, in fact, Brody Fitzgeorge taking on Dino Tagalog. Really important. Get off to a good start here. MP will want to bounce back, want to make sure that they stay in touch, at very least accumulate points if they do drop the frame. So Dino Tangaloa with the break.
Nice break.
Yeah, good break. Look at that cue ball just spinning there on a dime, like a spinning top. Options now. Looking at that immediately, Jimmy. Solids, or do we go overs?
Yeah, the stripes look good, but still a lot of work there.
I'm not sure that the spread's particularly favourable for either.
No. You won't want the solids because of the 1 ball up the corner there.
So, unlike most players at home, these guys will map the table very quickly. They'll be looking at the most difficult ball on the table and asking themselves, how can I get there? Whether it be my 3rd shot, my 2nd shot, and that might just be enough to deter them and take an alternative ball, even though they might have sunk 2 or 3 balls off the break. So it's a fascinating, fascinating sport. It's not always the obvious. And so decides just to thread the needle. Pocket that 2 ball, coming back up the table, so it is definitely solids. But where is the avenue now? What are his options?
He'll just put this 5 ball, probably get to the brown ball, which is the 7.
So,
very nice. Brown ball next, followed probably by the red or the purple.
So Tangaloa looking confident, looking comfortable. You've just got to come on this table and play with freedom, just talking to the players. This table runs very, very quick, much quicker than the outside tables, so they do have to make the adjustment. So the light's just a little bit brighter on the TV table too, creates a bit of glare. Pushes that nicely. Has he not enough weight on that perhaps, or too much weight, Jimmy?
Yeah, a little bit too much. He'll have to play away from his next couple of balls. It's going to be out in the middle of the table somewhere. Okay, you'll probably have to take the 7 ball after this. The crimson one, near the black. The other option is the green ball now. Or the crimson.
He's got options. So what does he feel comfortable, what best suits his plumbing? And let's just have a look. Just runs that up into that top pocket.
That's a nice shot.
Yeah, look at the control of the cue ball here. So, Dino Tangaloa looking to try and do what?
Nice shot. Green in the middle.
And then what, just... Yeah.
See where he's aiming his cue now. He wants to be down there somewhere. There you go.
Yes, certainly a lot of good talent around. Just watching the different teams and the makeup and some of the games we have seen. Very good players. Has he done enough? He'll be just sitting there on the rail. He'll probably be relatively happy with that. The question is, that 8 ball will be the issue for him.
Okay, getting back down table.
Yeah, how does he need to play this one?
Yeah, just naturally, natural line. Straight back down the table. It's going to be pretty close here.
Just does not want to snooker himself. Yeah, so much concentration getting that ball back down the table that you just lose sight of the object ball, and suddenly the door has now been opened, and the big fella, Brodie Fitzgeorge, comes to the table.
Okay, has he got a starter? There's the starter, nice 13. Come around the back for the 12 and the 10. Stop the white ball.
There you go.
Yes,
going low on that cue ball, and that's why we see that back spin on it. Follow through.
Too much. He wanted to stay on that purple ball. It's got no other pocket except the right-hand corner.
So, got himself into a little bit of difficulty. You probably call that, if it was tennis, a little bit of an unforced error. Be careful here too, because get the yin off, put that one ball down.
Okay, you can hit into the one ball here to hold the white ball from running all over the place. Oh, he went around it.
Has he got enough weight on that though? Oh, difficult shot now. What's the options here, Jimmy? Does he play the plant or does he look to cut that 15?
He's probably looking at a safety here.
Okay.
The 15's on. 15's cuttable.
Of course, if he plays that safety shot, one of the balls does need to come off a rail here. He can't just tap it in behind that striped green ball.
Yep, that's right.
So he's going to maybe look to cut. No, just plays the defensive shot. So that's nicely played. Nicely played. He doesn't look that happy with himself, though.
Okay, we're going airborne.
Going to jump.
How did you like Roldan's jump shot?
Yeah, great. I thought Roldan played a couple of really superb shots earlier.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, in a previous match, a member of the New Zealand team, he had a couple of very good shots, a nice little double as well at key times. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, so a much shorter cue here. Hit down on the ball. For people at home, we always used to try and go underneath it, didn't we? Rip the cloth and destroy the table. Yeah, I think, what was the team? The setters, was it? The Spotters. I think the Spotters team certainly looked the form team for me from what I've seen.
Yeah, they're the number one ranked.
They are well and truly stacked with internationals. Well, didn't quite execute that. Now it will be ball in hand. And you'd expect here, really, for a player in ilk of Brodie Fitzgeorge to finish this.
Nice line. Up and down the table.
Yep, nicely done. Again, you just see how quickly that table does run, though. That cue ball doesn't take much, does it? And suddenly it goes 6 inches past where you'd probably prefer it. But they'll get the job done here, MP. And this will be a very good little comeback. Maybe an opportunity missed for Tagaloa. And that it is. There we go. So, Brodie Fitzgeorge wins this particular rubber. 10 points to 6. Let's have a look at this jump shot here.
Too high on the white ball here.
Yeah. Tough shot. So Lucas Thomas, I think, about to come to the table.
the next match.
They're waiting a few games still being played on the outside table, so just a little bit of a delay. Thought we might see Lucas Thomas at the table, but in fact he's playing on one of the outside tables.
There's Lucas Thomas.
Brodie Fitzgeorge happy to stay at the table.
Yeah, that's the only game they can play, so he's up again.
So he'll be up against George Quamco, will he?
Yes.
Good break, solid break. Overs down, nice spread on the table. Pretty happy with that, I would have thought.
Oh, definitely. Solids have to be the go. Looking at the table.
Yeah, he's a big guy. You do want to play with some power. As you say, Jimmy, you want to map that table and then basically just join the dots.
Okay, so he's going to play the plant here. 5 onto the 15 onto the 6. All he has to do is nominate the 6th ball in the corner. Straightforward.
Does that nicely. Brings that cue ball back into the middle of the table and has options. What is the ball that's going to provide him the most difficulty?
The 4 ball, so he's going to have to clear the 7 ball over the pocket. So the 4 ball has a clear pathway into the pocket.
So the purple 4 ball. You can see it right there, just kissing the cushion. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because you understand the importance of accumulating points. And so, you know, do you look to address the difficult ball as you would if it was a straight one-on-one contest, but in this format, you sort of can say if you've got a lead, well, maybe I'll just take the 7 points on offer and then when I get to the difficult ball, take my chance.
Yeah.
So decisions they do have to make. It's a unique format. Remembering if you win the frame, you get 10 points, but your opponent will pick up a point for every ball that they have sunk. So, when does he come across? Does he look now? No, going to come back and play the brown 7.
Yeah, he wants to get rid of that blue ball. Not very many pockets are available there. Top left, maybe the middle, and the bottom left. Let's see how he gets on it.
Okay.
Wow.
Maybe just has enough here, so that's good. That is good from Brodie Fitzgeorge. Can he get through the gap? Can he get through the gap? I think he thinks he can.
Yeah, he can.
There we are. That's very good. Excellent so far. He's going for the middle, so he's just going to squeeze it past the 13 here, maybe off the 13. Or is he going that left top pocket? What's he doing here, Jimmy?
In the middle.
Yep, middle. Nicely done.
Wow, look how
Boy,
much
and
speed.
look at the weight on that too. That's great. That is brilliant. Really, really good pull from this man, Brodie Fitzgeorge. That is superb. And just like that, 10 points. More importantly, Sissek really only just picking up the 1 point. So, dominant display from Brodie Fitzgeorge. Really, it was from the break, wasn't it?
Yeah, right and clear.
So, Brodie looking across at Jimmy, saying, where was that last time? Well, the simple answer is, Brodie, you left it at home, my good man. Okay. Okay, so just waiting for our next round robin rubber. Hope you are enjoying coverage of this teams format. Grand final live from the Masse Club in Hamilton. If you are inspired by what you see, you want to take up or take Q Sports a little bit more seriously, do check out their website. Google Masse. They have clubs across Auckland, Stratford and New Plymouth, of course here in Hamilton.
Look at that, there's the break.
And you can get coaching by the legendary Jimmy the Professor Henry. Just be aware though, Jimmy will take you back to school. Some of the matches going on across the other side of the tables at the moment. So we will, not too far away, have you get to see Sean Coombe come to the television table. Well, established player here in New Zealand. $15,000 in prize money. You married, Jimmy?
Sort of.
Sort of, yeah, no.
Semi.
I always, when I think of the prize money, Jimmy, that's all. I know that you're going to have to give half of it away.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, take her out for a nice
Tax
dinner.
lady, yeah.
Take her out, yeah. Nice dinner. You're a bit of a hopeless romantic, Jimmy?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Yeah. You sort of come across as a little bit of a James Bond type.
James Bond.
You'll be looking forward to the rugby league tonight?
Oh, yeah, State Origin, yeah.
No, Kiwis take on Tonga.
Oh, do they?
Yeah,
Wow.
Kiwis
that'll
take
be
on
good,
Tonga.
7 o'clock.
Yeah, I think it's 7 o'clock, yeah. And then clearly State of Origin tomorrow night from Perth.
Yes, that's
Not a
right.
big believer in taking Origin away from Queensland and New South Wales. It's Origin for a reason. Starts to become a bit of an exhibition. We can talk a bit of rugby league, can't we, while we're waiting for our opponents? Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be a good test.
Good test, yep. So who are we going to have on this next table? I think we are going to see Lucas Thomas.
And George.
And, yep. George Guamco. Okay, so George is making his way to the table.
No, I think they've changed
it up.
Yeah, to Earl.
So we've got Earl Cullicka up against Lucas Thomas.
Boys having a ALD or two.
Oh yeah, athletes ahead of science sometimes, Jimmy. Okay, yeah, so a couple of solids have gone down. Certainly the green 6 was one of them.
The stripes, wow.
Yeah, and we've seen the red stripe ball.
Solids are the ones deep.
So that's the call from Jimmy. Again, it's about surveying the table and saying what ball is going to provide me the greatest amount of difficulty. Not as imperative in this format for the fact you can accumulate points even though you might lose the frame. Certainly when it's just one-on-one, it's tournament play and it's about the number of frames you win, then I think that becomes absolutely vital. But if you're a team that's got a commanding lead and you're happy just to keep the scoreboard ticking over, you might just be happy with 6 or 7 points.
Okay, he's going stripes. He's disturbed that 13 ball. He tried to, but
Got himself in a little bit of difficulty already, has he?
Yeah, well, I thought there were too many problems with the straight balls. And you've got the 10 behind the brown ball, no pocket. You've got the ball next to the black ball, no pocket.
Yeah, and Jimmy here just reinforcing what we've just been talking about, the fact that you do actually have to look at the spread and potential difficulty of not the shot immediately in front of you, but the second, third, fourth shots. Because you can clear the table early, which just then creates more channels for your opponent. And when you do get to that difficult ball, you just turn the table over. And now decisions need to be made. Oh, gave it a little bit of a Hail Mary. It was never really on. An advantage suddenly goes back the way of Lucas Thomas.
Lucas play the red ball.
So decisions that need to be made.
Brody playing on the outside table. Team of 4 in each team. Everyone plays everyone. One frame.
Yeah, so potentially 16 frames in all, but it will be called if in fact one team gets such a commanding lead that the mathematics says the other side can't get back into the contest. If we've seen that previously, I think that happened to you, didn't it, Jimmy?
Definitely, yeah. We got
absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, we got rolled.
Yeah. How did you go in that, Jimmy?
1-1 and...
How many did you lose, Jimmy?
1. I didn't bother playing the last ones.
No,
We had no chance.
No. Nicely done from Sean Coombe. I mean Lucas Thomas. So Lucas here just... Again, he'll be aware, he played on this table yesterday, that this cloth just does run a little bit faster.
Yeah, hard table to get used to.
And so he'll just be wanting to take his time. If he's not sure, he'll be playing with soft hands. Not too much weight. So, difficult shot here. A very good shot if he can pull it off, and he misses it. Never really looked like it was on. And throws the advantage back now the way of George Quamcol. Oh, my apologies, Earl Cullicup.
Yeah, Earl needs to play this orange ball here and disturb the blue ball. Wow. Not that.
Well, it's just the stage, you know, is it about racking up points or is it about winning the frame? And that's the question you've got to ask yourself. Only they'll know. They'll get an idea of what the team score is across the other tables as well. And if you suddenly find yourself out by 30 points, you can probably afford to play the percentages. So more points here for a Sussex team.
Okay, he's going to double the blue ball, blue stripe ball.
So now looking across that right middle pocket with the double. Not an easy shot on that angle. Opportunity possibly. Could he play defensively here, Jimmy? Is there a defensive move?
No, not at all.
Not really?
He has to have a go.
He has to have a shot, so there you go.
Don't be surprised if he plays it up into the corner.
Okay, maybe look to run it up to the top left corner. You just look at the angle there, you just wonder whether that double's ever really on. But he does look to run it up. Hasn't quite done enough on it. Lucky with the position, though, of the cue ball here, though. So he's done well in terms of saving it. And now it's going to require Lucas Thomas to maybe look and try and play defensively as well.
Definitely just touch the white one ball. Make sure it hits the rail.
And does hit the rail, and that's a very good shot.
Okay, he has to play off a couple of rails here to hit the 10 ball. Otherwise go airborne. We won't be able to jump that too close.
Yeah, no, too close to that 8 ball, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, no, boy, I tell you what, he's just got a terrible angle here, full stop. He's going to have to play point as high as he can on this cue ball and hope. In fact, he's going back down the table first, and so it'll be ball in hand.
It's not too bad. Just forces Lucas to play the 4 ball now. Or he could play the 1 ball and do a stop shot and, you know, a defensive shot here.
Yeah, this is where experience comes into play, isn't it? It's all very well in terms of mastering potting balls, but you've actually got to have that experience of knowing strategically what the best move is.
Exactly, yeah.
And sometimes when you might be a really, really good potter, but you don't have the experience and therefore you don't actually maybe fully understand some of your options available to you. And he does play the defensive shot. He listens to you, Jimmy. So he's clearly a very good student. I've got a feeling you might have taken him back to school.
No,
the professor.
I haven't played him yet. Looking forward to it one day, but... It's called 10 in the corner.
Okay, so looking to just try and come off the rail and cut this, and almost pulls it off.
Still not too bad.
No, but you would expect here Lucas Thomas to surely play through. So what was the conversation there, Jimmy?
He was just wondering if it was a foul. It was a legal shot, so...
Yeah, generally, players are pretty honest, aren't they?
Yes, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, most people just, well, particularly these days on television, you don't want to suddenly find a replay and then it gets around that in fact you.
Yeah. Not too bad, but he wanted to come back a little bit further, so it's a straight shot at the purple ball. He's playing with bottom and kicking into that 10 ball, which is a striped blue ball. Oh, wow, that's a great shot. Held that real good.
And just run this cue ball through a little bit, come back, play that 1, set himself up, and just does run it through nicely. So good play here from Lucas Thomas. 2 balls away from giving MP 10 points. Sissek will be pleased though, they have pocketed 6. But this rubber in this match play format will go the way of MP. And there they do, they pick up the maximum 10 points just like that. Number of games going on around the outside tables. Masse Club in Hamilton is the venue. You are watching coverage of this New Zealand teams championship. And so now we will have being Brodie Fitzgeorge come to the table again.
Already got a nice break. Nice clean break. the ball hard.
So, who have we got? Who? So let's just talk about our two opponents. So we've got Brodie Fitzgeorge up against Earl Cullicup. We'll try and get you an overall score shortly in terms of where this particular match sits across the
Look at that.
round robin. Yeah, good break. He plays with plenty of power, doesn't he? But he's just got that cue ball just sitting there right on the cushion. Probably the worst place you want to be on the table.
Look at that power. Okay, he has to go stripes here.
Gets the job done.
The orange stripe ball now.
You're looking at the spread there of those overs. What's the ball that's going to provide him the most difficulty?
Well, the two balls down by the black there. He has to try and open the 9 ball up. Go across the table for the 12 ball. He can get that 15 ball while it's there now.
The brown 15.
Brown 15. Oh, what a great shot. And a little good nudge. I think he's too close for comfort here. Green ball, green stripe ball, too close, but he's going to cut it in. 90-degree angle. Got a real fine edge here.
Yeah, good shot this one if he pulls it off. Lovely shot. Yeah, now he's just and off and it's going to go down. He's going to hand it over. So that is sometimes the danger. And he just played with a little bit too much weight on it, but did he have a choice?
His problem with the green ball there. That's why Brodie did take the stripes, because of that problem.
Yeah. I wonder if it's just a case though. What has he got? How many still got?
So Earl can actually pot one of his balls and pot the 12 ball at the same time and carry on.
Yeah, of course that 1 point, that stripe ball would end up being given a point to MP under this format. So at the moment, happy to play the percentages in front of him. I don't worry about that 6 when he gets to it. Let's just keep racking the points up.
Little draw back to the middle. Nice. Same with the yellow ball. Get it in that same area where the white ball is now.
Going low on the ball there, so
That's a nice shot. Perfect.
it's got certainly 3 more points left on the table.
Okay, so I'd pot this orange ball, pot the purple ball and pot the 12 ball at the same time. Pot the purple ball and then the 12 ball. Stop it here. Okay, here we go, folks. This is the shot.
This is the money shot.
Just got to watch out for the in-off.
Where's likely the cue ball to go if he plays the in-off?
There you go. It's going to put it. No, he does it.
Okay, but at least he has got a little bit of separation here, but can he somehow find a way to pocket this green 6?
don't think that 6 ball is on.
Has he got any defensive moments here? Can he do anything defensively?
Yeah, you can just sneak in behind the 12 ball. Just touched and sneak in behind the 12, but
Just got to make sure that one of those balls, either the object ball or the cue ball, does just kiss the rail. So intriguing contest. Decisions need to be made. I think defence is really his only option at this point.
oh yeah, he's just going to nick it. Play safe.
Yeah, nicely done too. Great weight on the cue ball. Great weight on the cue ball. Brody look. No, it's going to play down the table.
A defensive shot, hide behind the black.
I think he might just have a little bit of a corridor there to go through. It's just what he can do with that green ball. Can he just sneak it up and sit it right there on that top rail? So what's he doing? So he's certainly going to just...
Yeah, he's just got to have a go and hopefully it goes in there. Behind the 12. Hit it hard.
Oh,
it's
not a bad shot though, but
a great shot.
not a bad shot at all.
Okay, Brody will play another defensive shot here, sitting behind the 9 ball.
Yeah, nicely played. Nicely played. Boy, wonderful competition this one. This is what we like. 2 marksmen going toe to toe, waiting for one to flinch, one to wave the white flag. Who will it be?
Okay, if Brody gets the ball in hand here.
Earl Cullica is at the table for the Sussex team. At the table for MP, it is Brodie Fitzgeorge.
He needs the ball in hand for Brody to win. Oh, that took that option away. Okay, here we'll see as Brody will try and pot the ball and pot the 6 ball at the same shot.
So he can do that because you're not allowed to block the corners. So you do not give anything away here. But it's still not an easy shot just for the angle of that green ball.
Here we go, folks. Put 2 balls in 1 shot.
And he does it nicely. Really well played. Really well played. Now, opportunity here for MP. So they'll be happy. They've got 6 points. MP, though, will be wanting the 10. Lovely weight on that. Beautifully played.
Beautiful shot.
This is very, very good from Brodie Fitzgeorge. Okay, and you'll wrap this one up with this final shot. There you go. So it is MP. It is Brodie Fitzgeorge who gets the win over Earl Cullica. Just going back, having a look at the replay there. The poise and the balance. So, just some of the games still going on the outside tables. So we'll just give you a bit of an overview at the moment of what those scores might look like.
I think we have game, set and match.
You think MP have got the job done?
Yeah, they've done the job.
They've done the job. So I'll just confirm that for you, but MP have won that. So just confirming it for you though. So we will, if that is the case, we can tell you that MP have got the job done over Team Chiswick. The job has been done on the outside table, so very good performance from them. Hope you are enjoying coverage of the VNEA 8-ball teams grand final live from the Masse Club in Hamilton. We'll take a break and we'll come back with more shortly.
They're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, if you make those 70% of the time, you're professional.
Give him a hand. Awesome. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot? they're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
Now, if you make those sentences in time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, Austin. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Well, that's to the spice of it.
Kia ora and welcome into the Masse Club here in Hamilton, bringing you live coverage of the VNEA 8-ball teams grand final. We're not quite at the final stage yet, but we've still got very good teams to look forward to. We've got Riff Raff up against MP. Both teams are progressing slowly towards the final in a format which features 4 players in each team. Each player plays each member of the opposing team. If you win in just one frame, if you win the frame, you pick up 10 points. However, You also, if you're the losing team, you pick up a point for every ball that you end up potting. And so we've got the great man alongside of me, the professor, the man simply known as Jimmy Henry, because he'll take you back to school. And first up for MP, it will be Ned Artune. Jed Artune, my apologies. God, it's your writing. Your writing is appalling, Jimmy. Taking on the very talented Alex Hale, man out of Tokoroa. I think these days might be based in Cambridge. Is he Cambridge based?
Yeah, he's staying in Tokoroa at the moment, but originally from Cambridge.
And so, good start.
Yeah, did he put a stripe one there, Mark?
Yes, he did. Yeah, I've got a feeling that it might have been 14 ball that went down.
Oh,
nice shot. Yeah, very aggressive indeed early on, so that's good.
And that's the sort of game Alex brings to the table.
No nonsense. Play with confidence.
Oh, he could be in a bit of trouble here. Wow. He's still got the bank shot, which is a double, they call it in New Zealand. Just double the ball over to the opposite side of the table into the middle pocket. There you go, folks. Look at that. Well executed. Okay. You want to come right down the table for this blue striped ball.
Yeah, well, in these first parts of this round robin 2 format, at least you want to be accumulating some points. If you end up losing the frame, try and get that maximum 7 points.
That's a good shot. I like that. Okay, so you can put the blue ball and just nudge into the black. A little bit of luck involved here afterwards. There you go, where's the luck?
The luck is right there.
Not too bad, that's pretty good. It's got a shot at it at least.
Yeah, difficult shot though.
Very
distance
difficult
between the cue ball and the object ball, not directly in line with each other. But he is good enough. He's just recently come back from Las Vegas, having represented New Zealand. So we've got Jed Artune at the table. As we talk really far through though.
That's a great shot.
Now he's got options. What are those options, Jimmy?
Yeah, the orange ball. Try and get back into that area. A little bit too soft. Now he's got no shot. Well, he has got the yellow ball, but it makes it a little bit tougher. If he was closer to the purple ball, he'd have an easy shot on the 2 or the yellow. The blue or the yellow.
Why doesn't he look to double the purple 4 ball?
No, he can cut that in.
Cut that in?
Slice it in.
Oh, he missed it. Missed it. Missed it.
Too hard, but he
But at
got
least,
away with it.
yeah, I was going to say he's got enough weight on that to bring that cue ball back down to the far end of the table, possibly have caused the snooker.
I think he has.
So, now, Alex Hale has got some work to do.
Nice shot.
So, escapes the snooker. But it is still game on. It's still advantage to Jed Artune.
Definitely big advantage.
And there we go. So,
that's a nice shot by Jed. See how we can control this ball. Just wants the white ball to stop there. Maybe come back. Yeah, that's great.
You're hearing expert comments from the great Jimmy, the Professor Henry.
Nice weighted shot. Perfect.
Number of people on social media wanting to know why they call you the Professor, Jimmy.
Oh, I take people back to school, mate. Give them a few lessons. That's a great shot.
Yeah.
A little bit too hard. A little bit risky going past that 11 ball, stripe ball.
Well, we find out the temperament here. We find out whether he's got it. This is a difficult shot, not an easy shot. Is he good enough? Plays it with plenty of force and it doesn't quite come off. Positive thing, the only positive thing that comes out of this right now is the fact that they have accumulated 7 points.
Definitely. Teams event.
Teams event. Maximum 10 for winning the frame. But 7 balls down, 7 points. Hale happy to play defensively as well. So that's a good defensive shot. What are his options now, Jimmy?
Yeah, just nudge the edge and take the white ball up to where it is now.
So
Safety shot.
Yep.
Oh, hang on.
Maybe not quite enough weight on that. Has he got away with it? No, he hasn't.
Well, Alex will definitely leave it up the top there now. Create some distance.
Yeah, good play here. Good play here.
A little bit of cat and mouse, eh?
Yeah, does he have the ability here, Jed, to play the cut shot? Can he cut that, Aidan?
It's possible, but it would be too risky, so he wouldn't risk it. He'll just run the white ball back up the table, create some distance. But in saying that, yeah, look, he can't. Wow. How is that for weight?
Wonderful, wonderful play. This is where you see the quality of their defensive abilities.
Oh, Alex finally does it and runs the white ball up table.
Hopefully, but he's
Wow.
just sits it there right on the edge of the cliff. And that is a tough, tough shot.
Well, we're seeing Jed just touch the ball twice now, so I can see him doing it again. One of his specialties, weight. Nice touch. Look at the speed of that. A little bit too hard, I'd say.
Look at that. Positions that 8 nicely.
Wow.
Oh, game of cat and mouse. Neither prepared to wave the white flag just yet.
It's a shot by Alex. Beautiful. Wow, that's a nice shot too.
Now it'll have to come off the rail here, surely. Or maybe just touch that black ball.
No way out of that.
No. Unless he can somehow get that cue ball around the back of the 8 ball there, but it'd have to be the finest of touches. Okay, so he's looking maybe for the double, is he? Or
Just wants to hit it, go in behind and hit it.
no, it's not going to. So advantage now goes the way of Alex Hale. Really should just finish it off from here.
Oh, definitely. He's left the door open.
Yeah. And we'll come across, and so it'll be Riff Raff
10-7.
to pick up that 10-7. And so New Zealand representative Alex Hale getting the job done. And just have a look at the replay here. And so just warming up there is Brodie Fitzgeorge. In fact, they have just playing one of the outside tables at the moment. So on the championship table, we'll welcome
Sean Greenfield and Lucas Thomas. Sean's break. He's racking them up. Wreck your own here. Can't blame anyone if a ball don't go in.
No. So just notice at the bottom of the apex there, we've got one solid and one over on the corners.
So this is a teams event, 4 people in a team, and you play everyone in the other team. And try and get as many balls or points as you can. Break and clear is 10-0 if they've still got all their balls on the table. And that's a good start once you get a 10-0. Okay, this is actually number 1 and number 3 in the club, or number 1 and 2 in the club, yeah.
Here in Hamilton.
Yes, so they're both top-ranked players from Hamilton.
Which is one, Lucas?
Yes, Lucas number 1, Sean number 2. By only 10 points. So that's 10 balls. They have a league every Monday here.
So just waiting for shots to be made on the other tables.
That's young Jack Ellis.
Yeah, I like the look of Ellis. He's got really good temperament, good form.
Definitely good technique too.
Sean Greenfield with the break. And it's
second ball break. Was he dry?
No, dry break, yeah. So that will bring Lucas Thomas to the table. Thomas gives a little bit of a shake of the head.
If you can get that 5 ball.
So, again, we keep emphasising it, but for those that have just joining us, at this point they're looking at what is the most difficult ball on the table. If we go for a run here, what is going to cause us the most trouble down the track? So, going with the brown 7.
Solid to the best there.
Just runs it in, not quite enough on it, brings that white ball right back up the table. Immediately the door is open, but there is a lot of traffic in the middle of the table here. That 3 red just blocking that middle pocket. Across the far side, 12 stripe. Yep, happy to pocket. It's that white just off the cushion, off the rail. Happy just to run the cue ball through, come back now for the 9. Bit of traffic in the way though on the second half. Nicely played. Now where does this white ball end up? Oh, he's done that nicely.
Yeah, still got a shot there.
Yeah.
Shot. He's actually got a couple of shots. The ball past the orange ball.
Yeah, it's got himself some options. Decides to play back up the table now. He just brings this back.
Yeah, he's just got to watch out snookering himself behind the yellow ball. If he draws the ball back. No, he's taking the 15 past the 5 ball, the orange ball. That's a nice shot, I like that. The only problem here, he's got the purple ball has no pocket.
Yeah, and that is the big challenge for him, isn't it? So, is there any way that he can potentially move it?
Well, he can draw back into it now if he wants to. He's got a good angle on the 14. Oh, it might be on the opposite middle pocket. No, it's close. Let's have a look now.
Is there any... Not really probably a lot of options safety-wise, is there either?
No, none at all. He's committed. Draw it back would be the best shot.
Okay, still got an option here.
Okay, now he's in trouble, I'd say. Oh yeah, you can go around the back there. That's a good idea. 2 rails around the back, run forward. Could be his only shot. He's got the perfect angle to run around behind the black. No, not hard enough.
Okay, so now he's got the 6 points. So he's got some money in the bank. But you would think a player of Lucas Thomas' ability will clear the table. Does he have an opportunity for a safety shot anywhere on this table? He's in the middle. Makes it very difficult.
No safety shot here.
No. So he's nominated his pocket.
Got Got a hit and hope there, Mark.
Yeah, he's left the table open.
Yeah, just that little cluster in the middle there for Lucas to work out. Draw this back to the middle. One squeeze past the 5.
So plenty of contemplating. Big decisions to be made. Probably the fact that he's got a number of options here. He's just wondering which of those options is going to present the least risk. So going with the brown 7. Yeah, enough weight on that, yes.
That looks like a better angle, so he can just touch this yellow ball in. Oh no, 5 balls on. So he's right inside now. Oh, I wouldn't have played it that soft, but...
Yeah, now he's suddenly got himself in a little bit of difficulty. He went from a very open table into great position.
Okay, so this is a rule where he called safety, and he wants this to continue his turn after he's potted the ball.
So he said, no, I don't want to continue.
Yeah, so he's called safety. When you call safety, you don't want to continue after you pot a ball or do a move.
Now, in a situation like this, can we have Sean? Is Sean able to equally call safety and throw it back on him?
No, Sean will have to pot his ball, yeah. Well, he could do if he potted the 12, but you wouldn't call that. Okay, now he gets ball in hand. That was a good move.
Yeah, very good move. Seems a little bit unfair, but a good move.
Okay, goes to the hardest ball on the table. No pocket for the 2. Now it's got a pocket because of ball in hand.
Yeah, it's good intelligent play, isn't it, Jimmy?
Definitely.
Really smart, really smart.
That's why I wondered why he played it that slow. I didn't hear the safety call. Is he calling safety again?
How many? You can call safety as many times, can you? Or
yeah, you can. No, he's going for it.
Okay, still got a little bit of difficulty with that red 3. He's going to go back up the table first. Okay, and then come.
3 ball might be the ball to take now, and it is a little draw. That's pretty good.
Now, does he run this yellow into that side pocket or down the far end here?
In the side pocket, down and up the table, and hopefully, he's got bottom on this, so he's going to go around somewhere. Oh, down the corner. You caught it, Mark. Easy shot.
And there it is, MP pick up the 10 points. Riff-raff still, however, bank 6, and that could be so important in the context of this match. As we just have a look here at Lucas Thomas, getting the job done over Sean Greenfield. The 2 top players here at Masse in Hamilton in terms of club rankings, so they know each other well. So just waiting for our next match on the championship table, the television table. Mark Watson alongside of me, Jimmy the Professor Henry. Hope you are enjoying the coverage.
Make every shot count. Introducing the all-new Predator 314 and Z high-performance shafts. Reloaded with new technology for unprecedented accuracy. Predator, engineering victory.
They're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, if you make those settings within time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, Austin. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Welcome back into the Masse Club here in Hamilton for this team's championship, and we've got a very good contest going on between MP and we've got Lucas Thomas with the break, a dry break. Up against Riff Raff.
Okay, we're pretty much down to the business end of this tournament, down to the last three teams. These guys are playing for a spot into the losers final, and they'll be playing hitters.
So Steve up at the table for Riff Raff. Playing just a little bit of a safety. And now coming back to the table will be Lucas Thomas, who's looked actually very good in the matches that we have seen him. He's made the little adjustment with the needs on this table. But Riff Raff have racked up 5 points already, so now we do come back down, Lucas Thomas.
Well, it's been a bit fortunate there because he's got the 5 there into the centre. The problem ball's going to be that one ball, so he's going to have to use something to get that one out if he wants to finish this rack. But at the moment, he's let's focus on the 5, so he'll be looking maybe to play the 5 into the centre. Oh, he's decided to play up into the top corner. Okay, he's got an opportunity here to move that 15 ball with the 7.
So Tony Van Wyck alongside of me in commentary, bringing you the coverage.
Yeah, Marcus, biggest problem here is that 1. So he's really got to get to that early. You know, he doesn't want to leave it till the last minute. I'm not quite sure what he's got in mind here, but okay, looks like that 2 does go past the 15, so he'll be looking to get the 1 out here as well, I would imagine. Okay, in doing so, he's lost control of the white. He can play this 3 into the centre.
We've been talking about, it's an interesting format, isn't it? Because if it was straight out one-on-one championship play where you're measured by the number of frames you win, you probably need to be precise. But if you're aware of what the team score is, you can sort of say, well, look, yeah, I know how difficult it is, but I'll take the 6 points, happy to concede 4.
Sure, no, that's definitely a good way of looking at it, Mark. Yeah, it's all about, it's a point scoring game. So the more balls you pot, the more points you get, obviously.
And so if you're aware of what that team score is, it does just take a little pressure off. Of course, if you're behind, you've got no choice. You've really got to start searching for the 10, but...
He's in a bit of bother here. I mean, he hasn't really got another shot on. He's got to play the 3 into the centre. So if he just runs this in nicely, he'll be nicely on that 7, but he needs a good angle, Mark, to get on the 1. So he's almost got to play this dead weight. Okay. He knows what he's got to do, but it's a matter of whether or not he can implement it. So
yeah, that's one thing, isn't it? It's all very well knowing what you've got to do. It's whether you can execute it or not. But, you know, this is why you play the game, to put yourself in these positions.
Okay, difficult shot coming up here. Right, he's played that nicely, and he's got enough angle there, Mark, to punch out for to get up onto the 1.
Does he believe it? I think he can. It's amazing how one shot can just instill that confidence into that next shot. You just get that momentum.
He played that. Yeah,
maybe just a little bit too much weight on that, eh?
I wouldn't have played it that way. I would have stunned out, come across the table here to get to the 1 that way. But he's obviously tried to run through and cannon the 1, but he's missed it.
So he does have the 6 points.
Okay, this is potable. Just got to make sure that he just cuts it right and doesn't go in off as well. In the top right-hand corner.
Yeah, weight's going to be important here as well.
Yeah, the Filipinos today, they've been very exceptional with their white ball control, haven't they, Mark?
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, we saw them earlier.
Yeah.
They were simply superb. Amazing too, though, when luck's going your way, just watching some of the teams just off the break, nothing seeming to go their way. A number of times that we just see the cue ball going down. So now, he's certainly opened the door here. A little bit of work to be done on that brown 14.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of work. I think that's the 15.
Is it the 15? Brown 15, my apologies. Yep.
Yeah, so he won't be able to cut that 15. He may be able to play this ball in the corner here, the 10, I think, and split this. Oh, no, he's looking at something else. What's he looking at? Is he looking at a double?
Getting him behind and then trying to see if he can knock down that green ball.
He's definitely having a good look at it. Yeah, it's a vital shot here, Mark. I mean, okay, the 1's not on, so he could choose to play a safety, but looks like he's going for it. Okay, he's going to double the 15 back into the same pocket, looks like.
There's a big shot. Big shot tied up at 6 points each. Winner of the frame automatically gets 10. And we get into this pointy end of the competition. It does become a lot closer between the teams.
Yeah, he doesn't look too confident, does he? So yeah, it's not the easiest of bank shots, but it is potable. It is possible. So the one thing I think he's got in his favour here, if he does play the bank, he's got the 1 ball as a break. So just slow the white down a wee bit. Okay, he's going this way. No, he's gone that way. Okay, I didn't see any.
No, I think it was damned if you do, damned if you don't. Just one of those shots where you just, well, my options are not great. Let's just maybe play the style that best suits me.
Okay, slightly difficult angle here. Just got to make sure that he doesn't scratch in the middle.
Really a player of this ilk. He should have no problem with this shot.
Yep. He's played that nice.
Yep, nice weight on that cue ball as well. So really it should just be a formality here now for MP. He's played superbly. Another very good victory for Lucas Thomas coming up. And just like that, 10 more points goes their way. And he is in the zone at the moment. So, Lucas Thomas giving a masterclass.
Yeah, I think Steve's been a little bit underdone today. I've watched a few of his matches, and when we played him too, he wasn't, doing what he needs to do to win.
No, well, as you say, I mean, some days you can just turn up and you can be slightly off, or the nature of this format, you just find yourself not at the table enough. And if you're not at the table enough, you're not going to get momentum. We've talked about the tables on the outside running a bit slower than this television table, and
yeah, that's definitely hard to get used to.
And that makes it difficult.
Yeah, the Filipinos didn't seem to find it hard, though, did they?
No, and it's great to have that. As we were saying, talking about the Asian and Filipino community and Q Sports in South Asia particularly, and how big it is and what they bring to the game in this country and representing New Zealand. Fantastic. So now we will get Jed Tune coming up against Sean again. So Sean will stay on the table. Steve, my apologies, it is Steve. He'll be wanting a really good break here. Get some momentum early. But it's another dry break. So, hands the advantage over immediately to Jed Tune. Very sort of relaxed player, Jed.
Yeah, I don't know too much about this guy. I have seen him around the circuit, but I haven't seen him play yet, so it'll be interesting to see what he's got. Just mapping it out just to see what, whether we want solids or stripes. Okay, I think he's looking at solids here. 6 into the centre. Oh no, he's changed his mind. 14 into the corner. Maybe screw off the 14 cannon into the 13.
Does just do that too. Enough weight on it though.
He's got a little bit unlucky here, but this is still potable. It's tough. It means he just loses a little bit of control of the white, but I'm sure it'll be okay.
Yeah, nice little Midas touch on that. Brings that white ball back up. What are his options here? Looking down the table, it's whether he's got a clear path or is it the only option.
He's got a bit of work to do here. The option I would suggest is maybe cut the 9 down to the top left-hand corner.
Yep.
The only problem is he's going to be in that same position because he's playing that angle. He's got to be careful not to go off, and he's going to be up high in that rail again. Oh,
nice
straight
shot.
into the middle.
Yeah, nice shot, but...
Oh, has he got onto the 12 ball, maybe?
What are his options here, though? He has...
Oh, what did he call there? Safe, did he?
Yeah, he called safety.
Oh.
So, good strategic move. We saw it played beautifully earlier from Lucas Thomas. And it might have just worked out for him, or it might not have. No.
I think he's almost 13.
Yeah, but it's going to be one hell of a shot. He's got no real choice here. It is the only option for him.
Going to have to run through on this if he wants to get position on either the 11 or the 15.
Oh, nicely played, but has he run through enough as mentioned? Now, somehow, needs to see what he can do.
He could possibly play that 15 off the 8 ball into the centre. He won't cut it in there, but there's a possibility he could play it off the 8 into the centre.
Let's have a look here.
I think he's looking at it.
Yep, I think he is. I think he realises that's probably his only opportunity. It's going to have to be deft touch.
Oh, has he potted the black? Oh, no, he's very fortunate there.
The intent was right, the execution wasn't. Now Steve will come back to the table.
Okay, he'll probably just run the 6 through to get onto the 7. What's he looking at down here? Okay, Okay, he's playing the 4. I think the 1 and 5 are a plant mark, so they look pretty straightforward. So he's got to get back up either for the 7 or the 2. Oh no, he's come back. Oh, he's missed it.
He missed it. Again, maybe just one shot ahead of himself. You talked about it, just maybe a little bit out of sorts today. Not quite finding that rhythm, not quite being in the zone. As we now see Jed Archun come back to the table. Again, he doesn't necessarily have the easiest layout. A bit of difficulty here now too. Does he maybe have an option of maybe playing a little bit of safety down this right-hand bottom corner?
Yeah, there's not much safety there, but I mean, even if he does pop this 15, what's he going to do with the 11?
So he's going to just try and thread the needle here behind the 8 ball and misses the shot. And it's really anybody's game at the moment. Neither player really in their best form.
A little bit scrappy, but
both players have lost control of that cue ball at key times.
Okay, he'll probably look just to run this 6 through, maybe to get. Oh no, he's playing the 7. Yep, just giving himself another option. Okay. Nicely down for the 1 and the 5. Now he's got to get position on the 7 mark. I think if he can come up table on the 5 and just have enough angle, come back and cut the 7 back into the corner to come out for the 6 or 2 maybe.
I didn't stay in school and study mathematics and geometry enough to really sort of take too much from that there, Tony. So
has he given it enough?
Has he given it enough is the question. Boy, it's a messy game, but in a funny kind of way, it's also very intriguing.
Yep, played that well. Yeah, oh, hang on, where's the white going? Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yep, so there you go. That in off, and you play the great shot, but you're not rewarded for it. In fact, you're severely punished for it. Really now, it should be fairly fundamental here for Jed Archun. He does get ball in hand. Gets to place it anywhere on the table. He'll just run this through a little bit, then come back up the table.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate there. He just needed to play that with a little bit of running side, and he would have actually cheated that pocket.
Yep, and now it just comes back up. Nicely done. Just got a little bit of work to do here on the black. What's he done there?
No, he's done that. He's going to the bottom left-hand corner.
I just wasn't quite sure if he had the line there, but...
Sorry, top left-hand corner.
Clearly he can see it. And he'll just run this down gently. Oh, he played it with so much force and power. Wow. Did he need to play it that hard?
No, he did not.
He did not need to play it that hard. Almost trying to make a bit of a statement, but in doing so, he's put himself in a bit of difficulty now. So an opportunity to pick up 10 points might only now be 7. But Steve here is going to just have to bring this down. Beautifully played. Lovely shot. Just take his time. A little bit nervous. He knows he hasn't quite been at his best. And so he'll be just potentially overthinking this, but plays it beautifully. White ball.
Where's the white going?
Oh, you wouldn't read about it.
Goodness.
And just like that, tit for tat. Both players end up making little fundamental errors at key times, but it is MP that will now pick up the 10 points over Riff Raff. 10-7. Really, it was 10 points that Riff Raff should have got. We talk about weight, and this was a shot here. We just played that way too hard. Too much weight on it. Too much power. And then...
It's a crazy old game sometimes,
Oh,
Mark.
it is. It's a tough game. And then, again, just looking here, did he need to play this that hard as well? And it's all about weight on this table. Yeah, not a lot of choice, but boy, not
just
much
the pace
in it.
got him
not
here.
much in it.
Oh my goodness! Look, it just won't stop
I
rolling.
thought I
Mark.
might have just clipped the corner there, but it didn't. Just that little bit of curve on it. And so fascinating. It is not over yet. And now coming to the table, we've got Sean Greenfield. And Sean will be up against Brodie Fitzgeorge. This should be a good contest, a good matchup.
Yeah, Sean, I've been very impressed with Sean's game, actually. He's been hitting the ball nice. He's got a nice stroke. He used to play a lot of snooker back in his day when I first knew him, and then he moved over to Australia for a while, him and his wife, and had children and all that sort of stuff, and then he came back.
Yeah, good break too. Nice little big cluster there on the right-hand side of the table with the overs. So interesting to see what he chooses, whether he goes with the solids or sticks with the overs.
Yeah, he likes that second ball down break.
I think we had
for
the
some reason.
brown 7 is the ball that's gone down.
Okay, what's he looking at here?
Whatever he does, you're going to have to disrupt that little cluster down surrounding that black ball at some point. So it's 15 ball, is it?
He's going stripes, yep.
And brings it back up, and that is the cluster we're talking about. Possibly the plant on here.
Yeah, maybe even the 10 if he can just nudge that 10 off that 9. No, what's he looking at here?
Oh, maybe just a little bit ambitious. Good defensive shot, though. Good safety shot. So maybe that was more the intent, to break it up, play some safety, and throw it back in the face of Brodie Fitzgeorge. So good play coming from Sean Greenfield.
He can obviously see this 2 ball. Oh, just the pace, I may have got him a little bit there. Is he on that 3?
Well, it's caught a lot of players out this table, hasn't it, with the pace?
Yeah, these Simona's cloths are very fast. But an absolute joy to play on.
Oh, yeah. Almost a slight miscue. Went very low on that cue ball, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he was a bit surprised he missed it himself.
Now, let's have a look at what Sean Greenfield does here. What's he looking at? What does he think is his best
Just be clipping this 12 in the middle.
path of action? Does exactly that.
Okay, he's got an issue with the 13, and he's also got an issue with the 10. So can he play the 9 and cannon into the 1 and cannon into the... Okay, he's cannon into the 1. Okay, what's he done here?
Still got that position of the 10 ball, hasn't he? Just stuck to nicely kissing that 8 ball.
He has problem ball 13 at this stage.
So that is the orange striped in the middle of the table, just below the solid green.
Don't think that 14's on past the 4. I think, and if it is, it's a very tight... Going for the bank.
Yeah, never really on, was it? Never really looked like it was going to go in.
Oh, he's got lucky here. Yeah, just that little run of the ball, little rub here, little rub there, certainly makes a difference to the scores.
Nice shot. But now maybe safety is his option here.
Well, possibly play the 4 onto the 15. What other option does he have? Oh, calling the 4. Oh, he almost... Oh, what's he done here? Oh, he's scratched. Giving Sean an opportunity with ball in hand, that can be lethal, especially against a player of Sean's calibre.
Yeah, well, you'd expect Sean here to run through this table now. Stalker's got that 10 ball sitting there. Does he address that now?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely address the 10.
Yeah, just run it through a little bit here, past the 8.
So look, play the 10, onto the 14, give himself a nice angle to come back down 13.
Not sure it'd be...
Top left-hand corner, black in the middle.
Yeah, nice weight on the cue ball. Has he got enough on that?
He's
Yeah.
overplayed that slightly, maybe. No, he's okay.
Yeah, no, good shot, good shot.
Now, does he just run through here, or does he stun out?
Well,
No, he's going to stun out.
so just explain the definition of stun out.
Well, it's like a soft screw.
Okay.
Yes, he's stunned it too hard. But he's obviously got a shot on down
Yeah,
into the...
bit of difficulty though here though. It's not.
It's better from that
giving
angle.
himself a tough shot. And he does sink it. There you go. So outstanding. So riff-raff, pull back some significant points here. Pull back 7 points over MP.
Okay, these two teams are playing for the spot in the losers side final to make the final of the main. So we've played these boys before, and are we up?
So
They're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
Now, if you make those 70% of the time, you're professional.
Give him a hand. Awesome. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot? they're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
Now, if you make those sentences in time, you're professional.
Give him a hand. Awesome. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Yes, kia ora, good afternoon. Welcome back to the Masse Club here in Hamilton as we bring you live coverage of the VNEA 8-ball teams grand final, and we're getting close to working out which teams will end up making this final, but looking forward to this next contest. It is the hitters, Mania Babington, Tony Van Wyck, Rich Parada and Jimmy, the Professor Henry, taking on Alex Hale, Jack Ellis, Sean Greenfield and Steve Harris. And first up on the television table, the championship table, it will be Tony Van Wyck taking on the very impressive Alex Hale, who has just recently come back from Las Vegas, where he represented New Zealand with great distinction. Both players incredibly well experienced. We've got Dion Rawlings alongside of me in commentary, one of the young up-and-coming stars of Q Sports in this country. As we automatically see here that Tony Van Wyck decides that he does want to play the stripes, or as we all sort of call it, overs at home. And so he will survey and govern this table pretty quickly, get a pretty good idea on a road map, and then try and join the dots.
I wonder if that 9-ball goes into the middle. I think he's shooting it now, so it must go. That's the key shot.
So that is the ball that he wants to try and get out of the way to open this table up.
Now he's got a bit more freedom here. He can choose to take that 11 and leave the 12 there. Just bring it back a little bit. Play that 15, or if he overscrews it, he's still got the 12.
Yeah, he'll want to probably just break up that 13 and that 14 ball at some point.
It looks like even he could just play a nice little touch and roll on that 12 to play the green 14 down into the bottom left.
Yeah, bottom left, and therefore he won't have to disrupt it all. Yep, nice there from Dion Rawlings, great observation. Interesting shot, but he clearly sees something that perhaps we don't, so now it's the 13 ball.
Needs a good little kiss here on that 14 ball. He doesn't want it to go too far up the table, but he also wants the white ball to follow it so he can have a next shot.
Yeah, and he does follow it, but does he snooker himself? He has snookered himself behind that brown solid 7.
You do see that a lot in these games, getting snookered behind your opponent's balls just because of the size of the table itself.
Yeah, particularly early on off the break, isn't it? It's not like it's that easy. You can say, look, these pockets are the size of basketball hoops and the tables are small, but that again just means that there's a lot more traffic on the table.
For sure.
And if you can get a clear shot, it's great. But the situation here, so what are his options? So nice thing is he's racked up 5 points, so he'll be happy with that, and he's called it, so he's going to look for some sort of double type shot, is he? Very ambitious, but nothing ventured, nothing gained, but now throws the advantage back over to Alex Hale.
Alex should string a few balls along here. There's nothing really that seems troublesome for him.
Yeah, can he just clear the table?
He is a bit straight here, so he'll try to leave it where it is. Now he can take his options and decide how he wants to piece it together now. It's good that he stood back up to look at it again. Alex can tend to move a bit quickly around the table, so I'm glad he's taking it a bit more cautiously. He probably learned to do that a lot while he was overseas.
Yep, gaining that international experience and seeing how some of the guys do, what separates good from great, and just those little subtle things. And it's all about learning. I'm saying the unique thing about this sport is there's no one shot that's ever going to be the same. It's not like you're taking a penalty in football where you know what your margins and dimensions are. And even if you find yourself playing a similar shot, where you've got to move the cue ball will always be different. So 2 balls in play. It's a remarkable sport. We're looking at some of the best exponents in New Zealand here. This is good from Hale.
Personally there, I think I would have left that 1 ball there as long as possible because it'd be quite easy to get onto the black with it. But he's obviously had to play it because he ran out of position there. So let's see if he can make another good recovery shot.
He's got enough weight, he's missed the shot, so suddenly he's handed the advantage back over to Tony Van Wyck. And you expect Tony with his experience here to get the job done.
Still a bit tricky though. He's
Yeah.
got to be very touchy to avoid kissing that 2.
Yeah, this table runs very quick, doesn't it? This TV table, quicker than the outside tables. So now we do see Tony just cut this nicely, not too much weight. Ooh, put himself back in trouble again. Another snooker. So just not really getting a feel for this table.
And Tony, being the old school player that he is, I don't think he has a jump cue here. So he'll look to kick off a rail. Or he might try tie up some balls and give a foul.
Yeah, he's not happy with whatever. He realises that he needed to be better than that. And so he says that he is going to play that centre pocket. That's how he gets there. Does he think that he can... He's going to play down the table and back up and look to just try and cut this in. Boy, tough shot. Tough shot.
Very tough, especially on the sliding rails.
Oh, close. Not quite good enough. Great ambition.
It's a good leave though. Alex will have to jack up here, lift his backhand up to get that 4 ball unless it's enough angle.
So Alex doesn't wait any time here.
Oh, don't run, don't run.
Oh, yeah, some work to be done because he's got to come back for that black 8 ball. That's what you've got to realise, is that 8 ball is primarily lovely weight, lovely weight. Has he done enough? Has he done enough?
That's okay, though. He can just leave the white ball right behind that 8 and put more pressure on.
Play defensively. So in a situation like this, he can touch that black 8 ball, but one of those 2 balls, the cue ball or the 8 ball, needs to touch a rail.
Good shot, smart shot.
Beautifully played, beautifully played. Game of cat and mouse now.
It's good that he put it as close as he did to the 15 because it doesn't make it easy for Tony if he snookered here. He's got less of the ball to hit. Surely this time, Tony.
Okay, so does he take chance? Oh, so it will be ball in hand, gives it away. And so it will be the Riff Raff team who will end up winning this frame by 10 points to 6 over the hitters. And Tony Van Wyck just really hasn't looked his best throughout this tournament. Just a little bit off, and when you're a little bit off at this level, well, it equates to generally losing the frame, such as the quality of player on display.
Most definitely. I was actually speaking to Tony earlier today, and he says he regrets not putting a little bit of work in for this competition because he knows he can do better.
Yeah, well, it's like anything though, isn't it? You know, elite level sport, tables don't know your name, they don't know your reputation, they don't care what you've done in the past. You've got to turn up and you've got to be at your best.
Yep.
And so it will be... So Tony Van Wyck will stay at the table and he will come up against Sean Greenfield. If you just go back and have a look at a replay, that final shot there.
Nice.
So if you're wondering what the format is, there are 2 teams of 4. Each member of each team plays all the other team members of the opposing team just in one frame. If you win the frame, you pick up 10 points. But the losing team will also be rewarded for every ball that they do pot. So if it's very, very close, we could see as many as 16 frames.
Just saw there on our table to our right that Jack Ellis just put away the 8 ball to win 10-5 against Richard Parata. So Riff Raff are off to a great start here.
Yeah, very good start. And no, we're going to have it. What have we got on the TV table here? I think we might just see Mania Babington come to the table. And then for the first time, Jack Ellis on the television table. I like the look of Jack. He's seems to be composed, got good form.
Yeah, actually, first year I went overseas with Masse, Jack was by my side in my team. So he does have the experience. He does know how to hold himself well. He actually finished second in the singles that year as well.
Yeah, so, okay, so
a lot of traffic
what
now.
have we got down there? I think we've got the blue. No, we've certainly got a solid. Is it the green 7? No, I'm just trying to work out from the table. Is it the 2 ball?
Would be the brown 7 there with the purple 4 on the left. That's a great shot there. Now he can move those couple of balls that are tied up together.
Yeah, he's going to need to just clear the table here, isn't it? He's just going to want this. He's going to want to make a statement. He's another one that just hasn't quite been on either. A little bit off. Just at key times. Very good snooker player.
That's a good shot there as well. Now he can hopefully play the 3 and kiss that 12 out of the way, the purple 12.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. It's about moving balls around the table or moving balls out of the way. Really about the next shot. And he does it nicely.
Beautiful. Great weight. Leaves himself hopefully 3 simple shots. Just needs to worry about the black ball, whether it goes past the blue 10.
Yeah, that's 6 green. Just sitting up there at the far end of the table. So runs it nicely.
Leaves himself a little bit of angle, which is what you always want. 8 ball or 9 ball, ideally you'd want to have a little bit of angle. I think the black even goes past the 14, covering the hole. Beautiful.
Yep. It's a good display at the moment. Saw him earlier, a game that he should have won and just got a little bit too ambitious and played it way too hard on the 8 ball and ended up snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. He would have learnt from that. He'll just want to play with a bit more composure in these key moments. In the key moments, and now.
On these tables, you don't really need to do too much.
No, you don't.
It's all about the spin on these kinds of cloths, the Predator cloths.
Now, what does he do here with the 8 ball? Oh, just runs it through nicely. Beautiful. And cleans it up. And boy, that's a very good display. And what's even more important is the hitters pick up the 10 points. Riff Raff pick up nothing. And don't underestimate that in the context of this match as well. It's a shame. I'd like to see a little bit more of Jack Ellis. Never really saw him at the table, did we? And so just like that, that rubber within this team format is done and dusted, and we continue in this round robin.
Yeah, this game can be quite brutal like that. 1 minute you think you're in for a good chance, and then next minute it's all over. There you see Stephen, he's snookered himself on the 4, I believe, so he just wants to make contact really, because I don't think he's got any way of making the 4.
Yeah, Steve Harris. There we're just looking at across one of the other tables, because of the nature of this, where we can potentially play 16 frames. They do play it across 3 tables just to make sure that we do get through the draw, rather than just playing all 16 frames on one television table. But it does make it just a little bit tricky in terms of staying on top of the overall team score. But we won't be too far away from welcoming.
It's good to see that everyone's still in a good mood.
Yeah, everybody's still smiling. No one's broken a cue across their knee just yet.
Doesn't happen often at these clubs.
No. No, probably more in a bar when you've had a bit of alcohol, I would have thought. But anyway, as I say, it's if I can say it without being too unpolitically correct, it's the Indian, not the arrow. Good workman never blames his tools.
Richard Parata just to our right played a beautiful shot to develop his 8 ball. Jimmy's been left with a tricky situation.
Yeah, Jimmy hasn't been at his best either today. But shows his class and quality there, Jimmy.
That's actually, I would have played a similar shot to that, just because if he plays this 15 too hard or too soft, he's left in a good position for the 8 ball.
Yeah, nicely played, Jimmy.
Just avoids the
Just
jaw.
avoids it, yep. He's had a few of those today. He's had a couple off the break, actually, where he was sinking the white ball and the cue ball. Oh, misses a big shot in the context of this game.
Jumps up on it as well, which does make a lot of difference. You'd think it wouldn't, because your arm's the only thing that should be moving, but it does.
No, not dissimilar to a golf swing. You've got to make sure that you're sound, that you're rock solid.
Oh, wow, what a double over to our right from Richard Parata. Looked like he had nothing on.
Now,
takes a 10-1 win, which could have turned around and been a 10-7 loss.
And Steve Harris wraps up that game against Jimmy. And we will now welcome our players back onto the main table. So just accumulating the scores. Don't go away. Hope you are enjoying the coverage live from the Masse Club in Hamilton.
Very important in these games to always know what the score is. Regardless of if it's 1 round in or 2 rounds in, you want to know.
So we will have Jimmy, the Professor Henry, come to the table. And he will take on Sean Greenfield. This should be a really good contest. Both plenty of experience. Jimmy will be wanting to win on TV. He'd never lost on television until today. But in a 1-frame format, there's always a good chance, isn't there? You need to be absolutely meticulous. It's a great format of the game. So Jimmy with the break. He'll be wanting to bring plenty of power to this. Hasn't had a lot of luck off the break. Another dry break too from Jimmy, but we've got a big cluster of balls on this left-hand side of the table. The first thing they'll be assessing is what is the most difficult ball? What is going to be the shot that's going to cause me the most problems? And then generally go with the opposite, whether it be overs or unders.
See, in this situation, it's a little bit different though, because sure, the 7 ball is the toughest for the smalls and all the bigs are surrounding it. Like Sean's taking the smalls because you have more options to move that ball out.
Yep, and that is another thing you do have to factor in. How quickly can we move it, and at what point can I move it? But at the same time, keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Just avoids it.
And we've talked about the fact too that if you are a team that can get out to a commanding lead, you then have options. You can say, well, look, we're just happy to take 6 points here. We're happy to take 6, happy to concede if we need to, but let's make sure we keep sinking balls. Keep turning the scoreboard over, and there is Jimmy in the background. So, looking for the jigger, is he?
Unfortunately, there isn't any on this TV table, but both the tables that the teams are playing on elsewhere that have both the jigger and the spider.
Okay, so just looking at the...
Ideally, I think you'd want to get that 7. Good contact.
Yeah, just
unlucky white ball, it seems.
Yeah, breaks that cluster up, but down goes the cue ball. So Jimmy comes to the table.
Jimmy should be taking advantage of this now because he has just moved everything out. Sure, there's that blue 10 and 14 that's tied up a little bit, but I'm sure he'll be able to manage it. I do enjoy these kinds of tournaments, playing with your teammates, because you do get a lot more support than you normally would in the singles events. Sure, you sometimes have your friends there cheering you on, but they're also hoping that they don't run into you. Whereas here, you can cheer for each other, tell each other you've done a good shot, tell each other it doesn't matter, you know, next game. It really helps. It makes a big difference on everyone's attitude.
I can't see for Jimmy. Now he's a very, very smart player. He'll know exactly what he needs to do.
Soft touch on this one. Sounds like a miscue, but he did play it well.
He has it soft enough though. Come back down the table. All his play up. Going to come back down.
Still got fairly good options here.
No, so he will play this. Nice weight from Jimmy. He's a player who want to get the difficult ball out of the way. He will know what ball will prevent him, and he will do everything he can.
It's a good kiss on that brown 7. He wants to play the combo. No, he moves it out brilliantly. Gets quite fortunate on the white ball as well. I do expect Jimmy to finish here, but of course you never know.
No, I think Jimmy expects to finish too. Just nicely done. Lovely little bit of screw on that too. Boy, that is very, very good. And now he'll be aware of what he has to do. Look at that backspin that he does put on it. Now got himself into a bit of difficulty here.
Calling the double.
Yeah,
right
I was going
away.
to say calls the double. So the pocket closest to him and the bottom here is what he's looking for. And he does run it, and he does run it nicely. Now, where is that cue ball? Oh, this is good from Jimmy the Professor.
Beautiful
That's
shot.
why they call him the Professor, because he'll take you back to school.
Just follow the natural angle off that double and set
And
himself up.
just like
Beautiful.
that, he wins this one. And I tell you what, that'll bring back the confidence in him. That is quality for the hitters. So, Sean Greenfield ends up going down to the great Jimmy, the Professor Henry.
What a beautiful shot there. Quite enjoyed watching that one. Just went with where the white ball
I
was
just
going.
loved immediately. It was like, I'm going to play the double. I'm going to play the double in this pocket, bottom right-hand pocket. I believe I can do it. Didn't even hesitate. Didn't think about it. Just played it with a huge amount of confidence.
Yeah, and that's what you need in tournaments like this. A little bit of confidence and a little bit of swagger, and you'll run away with a lot of games.
Yeah, it is important too, and I think, you know, sometimes that body language, don't underestimate the effect it can have on your opponent too if you all sit there nice and quiet in your chair, isn't it? Like a duck on water, but underneath the water the feet are moving around.
Steve's been stuck in a bad position here.
Steve Harris.
Needs a good white ball.
So we're going to have our...
Beautiful shot from Steve. Wow. He'll want to get this win and put his team back ahead.
So wait for our television table, and I think it'll be Jimmy the Professor Henry up against Jack Ellis, is it? It will be. So the old dog and the new dog. Racking the balls, set for this one. Well, we didn't really see much of Jack Ellis in his previous match on the television table. In fact, I don't think he got to the table. And then we've just seen Jimmy, the Professor Henry, play like we expect him to play. So how important is this break now for Jack Ellis? He will not want a dry break.
No, definitely not, especially with Jimmy.
He will want to make sure that something goes down and he gets a good spread. Interesting too, he's got almost that snooker type cue in terms of the tip on it. So he likes that pinpoint accuracy, and it is going to be a dry break, and it's a reasonably, just looking at this, so probably overs is the option for Jimmy, is it?
Yeah, just wants to get down towards the top of the table, I think, as soon as he can to get rid of that green 14 tied up behind the purple 4. Oh, it would be the blue 2 actually, sorry, and then the blue 10 that's stuck behind the purple 4. Little kiss, push it towards the hole. The 11's okay there because you can play it to either middle pocket. And he's going to take it down to the right middle pocket beside that purple 12. Hopefully get a little kiss on the 14 along the way.
Yeah, you might just watch a masterclass here. He just seems to be getting better and better, Jimmy, as this tournament goes on. A lot of commitments in terms of organising part of this and being part of that organising committee for this event, television obligations as well. So all of those things are a distraction.
He does a good job at hiding it a lot of the time. You know, you get the odd occasion where it does affect him, but he's held himself up pretty well.
Oh, look, it's human nature, isn't it? You're a competitor, and you know, we can stand there and try and be stoic all we want and try and bluff and play poker. Now, this tough shot here, just this Chinese snooker, having to really just get that bridge nice and high, come down on the cue ball. Just that little look up, plays it nicely. And so everything Jimmy does is done with purpose. There will be method to the madness.
classy shot he's looking to play here. Just a little drawback to play that 10 ball. I think it looks good. That's the key ball. He's played it perfectly. No. Now he'll look to get on to it again.
Yeah, he'll just run through here with the cue ball. No, plays it with some weight. Comes
Plays
right
it
up.
firmly.
Yeah.
Unlucky there, I think.
Got an option though across the table, hasn't he, at the moment? But what does he look? Has he got any opportunity of playing some sort of safety?
He might not even try pot this ball, I don't think, because he is all tied up with that 10. Double checking the potting angle, it doesn't seem on in my.
So what's he
where we
looking
are.
to do? Maybe just bring this back across the table. I hope he just gets a better line. He does that, but draws it right down the far end. Not a bad option.
Knowing Jimmy, I thought he would have just left it over the hole or played it into a better area to get that ball out.
Big shot for Jimmy, and he will turn possession over because he has committed the foul, so it will be ball in hand. And we will now see Jack Ellis come to the table. And let's see what Jack can do. Can he play straight through here? Looking at the spread on the table, Dion. Is he capable?
Oh, most definitely. So long as he keeps himself cool, calm and collected, he'll finish this quite comfortably.
He's just got to keep control of the cue ball, hasn't he? Just got to make sure that weight is the key thing here. Not playing, got to keep those soft hands.
Already fallen a little bit short. Ideally, you'd want to take the red 3 next. Now he's going to have to play quite a touchy shot on the purple 4 to get onto the 3. Great little touch.
Nice weight. So really, it's all there to be done now. Nothing really difficult on this table.
Hopefully,
8 balls positioned nicely.
Everything here should be quite simple for him. Textbook stuff, what kind of things he'll be doing at training.
Yeah, nice use of the cue ball there as well.
Really important in these clearances with where your opponent only has 1 or 2 balls on the table is whether to move the white ball a lot or whether to just hold it. He's making smart choices here. Going from a soft touch to a little bit of movement to another soft touch just then.
So, surveying his options. Does he play that?
Just got to roll the 6 in, I'd say, and then roll the 5 in. You can play the black either to the top corner by the 10, or you can just play it into the middle.
Yeah, no, he's played this well. And Jimmy will be somewhat frustrated that he didn't really get the job done here. Had
Might
his
even
opportunity.
try and move it. Go up past the 8 ball. He's aiming low. Just go past it.
Yeah. A little bit of work to do on the 8, but nothing that he should struggle with at this level. Just wants to, again, just not play it too hard. Does it nicely, and there it is. So that's a very good performance from Jack Ellis, getting the win over Jimmy the Professor Henry. 10-6, but important thing for the hitters is they do accumulate a valuable 6 points. Last thing you want to be doing is going down 10-1.
I just noticed there as Jimmy played that shot, he was playing it with a little bit of left, and as he hit the ball jumped, which then automatically took it left quicker than he would have wanted to.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of that today too, so again, you've just got to make that little adjustment. But I do like the look of Jack Ellis. He's got great form, very much in the snooker mould.
These 2 games just ahead of us do seem a little bit tricky for both players at the table, Stephen and Sean. For those who are here, we do appreciate the support. Know that some people might not be watching due to the Kiwis versus Tongan Rugby League game on tonight. So we do really appreciate all the people at home watching.
Well, the great thing about the live streaming and going through YouTube these days is you get a chance to just go back and watch it, can't you? And it's one of the benefits where sometimes when you're on mainstream television, you can get the geo blocks, which prevent people from overseas watching at times. But look, it's a great archive too, great learning, coaching tool as well for everybody that does get themselves on the coverage to go back and look at form, look at shots, how they might have made decisions differently.
Most definitely. I've done that a couple of times, especially with my games of Marco.
Yep.
It's quite nice to just go back and watch because you can learn from his shots as well as your shots.
So we are just waiting for that next round of matches in this team's playoff between Riff Raff and the Hitters. Both teams stacked full of established Q players in this country.
See Richard there just trying to make a decision whether to double into the corner pocket next to him is better than trying to fine cut that one and send the white ball. Wow, that was a beautiful shot. Sits perfectly for the black as well. Just carefully off the 15 ball, make sure it goes in. Quality right there. Looks like our next game for the TV table will be Mania versus Steve.
So Mania Babington coming up against Steve Harris. And yet to see really the best from Mania Babington. He's a very good player. But mind you, in saying that, Steve Harris is almost sort of goes underneath the radar. Chances he's got, he's been impressive as well.
Mania will look to follow strong after his win over Jack Ellis just before with that 8-ball run out. Needs a good solid break here. It's quite hard to judge the breaks on these Predator cloth on the valley tables. Everything just seems to slide a little bit and you don't get as many kisses as you'd like.
No, that's what we've very much heard from the players that have played on this TV table.
I don't know from my experience yesterday. It was
Mania Babington, he won it again. Sink something. Good strong break.
Yeah, see the 9 go down.
Yeah, 9 go down. Nice spread on the table as well. So he'll have a look at this quickly and go, right, what's the ball that's going to provide the greatest difficulty? And how am I going to get there? And at what point do I get there?
9 goes in on a double kiss. Very fortunate for him. Look to take the bigs, I'm assuming, to get a 0 for his opponent. A little bit unfortunate there. Ideally he would have wanted to go past the 14, but he still has a shot at it.
Yep, and that's it. He'll give himself... Yeah, now
2 very touchy shots.
Yep, very going to need a lot of composure here.
White's going to move a lot regardless of whether he can see the 15, but playing this 10 it's going to move. Very touchy.
Does he play it with weight? Gives it a decent nudge and brings it back into the middle of the table. Has he done enough? He has done enough.
Nice little stop shot here.
Just stop this, play the 15.
It was a brilliant angle we had just there. And then we could see the angle for the next shot.
Just needs to make sure that cue ball gets on this side of the 8 ball and does that superbly.
Wow.
And just like that, this very talented, promising up-and-comer Mania Babington looking to take this.
Not there, not there.
Snookered himself though, snookered himself, and now in a world of trouble. Wow, we talked about the run of the cloth, and he knows that is a disappointing way. He's got 7 points, but he desperately wants 10. More importantly, he wants to keep Riffraff to nothing. So now he's going to have to play a safety.
Good right there.
And he's done well, but table is still open here for Steve Harris.
Does look like the 8 ball is blocking that 4 ball from going, but he might be able to just squeeze it in. Go rail and 8 ball at the same time, and it should just slide down, I think.
So brings out the jigger.
Need a gentle touch here. If you hit it too hard, both balls are going to just fly off the rail.
Oh, and you picked it there, Dion. Just
looks like he's got lucky though.
Yep, might have just created that snooker.
His body language tells me that he might be able to see it. Just a little Masse here, and he could cut it in, but of course it is risky.
Just get you to explain the term Masse for people out there.
So Masse is where you elevate your cue and aim towards the left or right of the white ball to essentially curve the ball around.
So, okay, so it's just about curving that ball around.
He's played another decent shot there, although the 4 still can go to that left middle or left top corner pocket. A little bit of kiss makes it a bit easier for Steve. I do expect him to run these balls now. Everything's in the open, 8's in a good spot.
Yeah, looking to run through the table here, so it's all there to be done. He just doesn't need any fundamental errors.
Did lose the white ball a little bit there, so he's fortunate to be on the 7, I think.
Yeah, nicely played. Difficult shot under the circumstances.
Takes it very confidently. You
Yep.
like to see that, don't you?
Yeah, no, he's playing with a little bit more energy now, playing with confidence. I think you're right. I think he's got a feel now for this table.
Just a little stop shot on the 7. Ideally, you'd want to take the 2 last, in my opinion, because then you have a lot of 8 ball to shoot at. Don't have to move the white too much to get there.
And Dion Rawlings alongside of me, bringing the all-expert comments, one of the rising stars of New Zealand Q Sports.
He's played that slightly too hard, but nothing too difficult for Steve.
And now, just the 8 ball.
You can see he trusts his potting.
Yeah.
He's leaving the long ones. Not a lot of people like to do that.
No, Mania Babington will be frustrated, though, that he didn't get the job done and that he snookered himself when he really didn't need to. But just like that, it is Steve Harris who gets the job done over Mania Babington. The positive thing for Riffraff is they did manage to pick up the maximum 7 points that you can accrue when you finish second in the frame. Let's have a look here. Yeah, a little bit of cue movement there, but gets the shot done. And now Jimmy Henry will come back to the table, and he will take on Alex Hale by the looks of it, so this should be an absolute cracker.
Captain versus captain here. I'd say 2 strongest players from each team.
Yep. And he's not mucking around any more, the professor.
There you go, a lot more movement there, but no kisses. Just need to see 1 or 2 kiss, and everything seems to direct itself.
Yeah, a lot of traffic over on this left-hand side. So what does Alex look at? What does he feel his best option is? Solids might have more of the spread.
I think he needs to leave that red 3 where it is,
Yeah,
because from where it is, you can play it directly on the green 14 and make that 7 ball.
That purple 4 ball might be the ball that creates a little bit of angst for him.
Looking for the jigger. The 4's not too bad. It goes to that left middle past the 11. Just wants to get out. Move the white ball around. Look for an angle to get rid of that 7 quickly. I don't think it really matters where you hit the 14 to make the 7. It must be frozen. might be looking to just play it out. I personally wouldn't like that. I'd take the 3 onto it, and then the 3 will automatically come out into the middle just because of the amount of room you have to play it.
Yeah, they'll also, at this time of the day, they've been playing all day and they are used to that, but they'll also just be starting to get a little bit fatigued. Need to make sure that nutritionally they're onto it and that they are looking after themselves. So we just get a little bit fuzzy.
Oh, that's good for him there.
Nice shot, really good, great defensive play.
Just play the natural angle off that 2 ball and get across for the 7 again. Or he's taking it down the rail. This is one of the shots where you can just see it stray away from the rail very easily.
So good from Alex Hale, just back from playing for New Zealand in Las Vegas. Part of a team's championship over there.
I think he can see the potting angle on the 4, but he might just have to play it with a little bit of English to make sure it goes in.
Yeah, let's just... Oh, just put the cue ball off the table as well.
See there.
Don't often see that.
Just the power itself is what took that away.
Yeah, don't often see that. So now advantage goes back the way of Jimmy the Professor Henry.
Everything's in the open for him. He should have a field day with this.
Yeah, just have another look here. Bang. Yep.
See there,
just
he
a
drops his elbow as well.
Yep, just a traffic accident. Yep, you talk about it, isn't it? It's about moving parts and keeping still, soft hands. And if you, now Jimmy, now want to win this one. And you'll feel like the last time he was on this table, it got away from him a little bit against Jack Ellis.
It's a good shot there. He's still leaving himself every ball to play, and then he'll pick which one he likes.
Yep. He has a mindset of addressing the difficult ball first, the one that's going to cause him the most problems. Always looking for a weight.
Here it's a bit difficult because difficult to say what Jimmy will play because he can play any of those 3 balls right in front of him bar the 12.
So looking to maybe, no, just sneaks that in, threads the needle.
Beautiful. I would have thought he would have tried moving at 11 on the left-hand side of our screen now, sooner.
Yes, he's got that red stripe ball that's going to cause him a bit of difficulty. So he'll be looking to try and disrupt that now, I would have thought. Just have a look at what his plan is. No, yep. Nicely done. Just needs maybe a little bit more on that. Can he now just look to see if he can sneak this? But again, that 12 ball 2 just precariously behind the 8. So not an easy roadmap here for Jimmy.
If he plays this well, he could very well make it in the middle. But I think he might try and block the middle and leave the white.
Is he going to play defensively here? Oh, he tried it.
Brilliant shot there. Make it difficult for him.
Yep. Now, let's find out Alex Hales, how good he is in a big game, in a big situation, in a key moment.
Don't go in. Oh, he's got very lucky there, I think.
No, so no and off, but turns the advantage back over to Jimmy. But Jimmy definitely does not have a straight line down here through to the 12 ball.
No honesty here, it's not much Jimmy can do.
Jimmy will figure it out though. You don't get the nickname the Professor unless you've got a very, very good brain on you when it comes to cue sports.
There's a little Masse like I was mentioning before. Very difficult when the ball's
really hard shot, great effort, but never really looked like it was on. And you have to go back to Alex Hale and say, well played, turn it negative into a positive.
Should be very comfortable for him. Just get the white ball as close as you can to the black. Leaving yourself a straight shot's always ideal. Gentle touch. Beautiful line right there. Just slight angle, but very comfortable shot here for Alex to take.
And there it is. So very good performance again from Alex Hales. That's why he is considered one of the best in the country. And for Jimmy Henry, well, it's been a bit of the same story all day for him. The nearly man, just little moments that he'd normally capitalise on, just haven't quite gone his way. If we go back and just have a look at him.
It's quite interesting now, playoffs over here versus the playoffs over in America. There's a lot more energy in the room over in America, a lot more cheering, a lot more support.
Oh, look, I think that's right across the board. I don't think New Zealanders are great supporters. I don't think we're a vocal bunch. I think the Americans tend to celebrate excellence a lot more. Bigger population too, but yeah, but I also think when you go to America, you play in that environment, I think just naturally, mentally, you're going to go to another level as well.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, this is important. Some of these players know each other too well. You're a little bit too comfortable at times. There's not a lot of jeopardy, so if you lose, well, you go home, travel across the United States, you're representing your country, you know, you feel like there is more at stake.
For sure.
And so, we will now see Tony Van Wyk come up to the table.
Looks like he's playing Jack Ellis.
And he'll play Jack Ellis. This will thing on form, you'd have to go Jack Ellis here. I think Tony's been just a little bit wayward at the moment. He'll know that too. So really important break here for Tony Van Wyk. Really important break.
He'll break this hard and he'll make sure he gets the balls moving, that's for sure.
Yep. Well, I think he'll want to play right through here. I don't think he'll want to allow Jack Ellis to come to the table.
I'm surprised Jack's not looking at that. You want the head ball to be in line with the middle diamonds. Jack looked at that, he could ask him to pull it back into place.
Well, old dog, old tricks, new dog, got to learn the old tricks. Here we go.
Yeah, you saw there, 2 balls went directly towards the pocket because of it. We haven't seen that much.
No, so we've got certainly solids down. Was it the orange 5 might have gone?
I think he made 1 of each, maybe. Just the orange 5 down in the bottom left corner.
Yeah, there it goes now.
Straight in the hole, just about. A little kiss on the 9.
And now.
Everything's good in this frame. Maybe the bigs will be better. You're blocking a couple more holes. Can do a little bit more with the white. But I think having potting that 5, you'll look for the 0.
So Tony Van Wyk
opting out.
Yeah, opting to go with the overs, even though the solid went down off the break. He feels that is the better roadmap for him.
Definitely a much nicer roadmap.
And so now he's just got to join the dots. So it's 2.
Good weight there to get back out.
Now,
some people would just try hold that one.
Does he play that blue 10, that brown 15, or going to play the 9?
He'll set himself up for either of those balls right now.
Come back to that middle pocket. Stop this.
So we've just been informed if Tony pots 6 balls here, hitters will take the win.
Okay, so 6 balls and the hitters will take the win because of course it's being played across the other side. So 16 frames potentially, 10 points for winning a frame, but every ball your opponent sinks, they pick up a point. And if you do the maths, you get to a point in the competition where the side that is down might not have enough games left.
Very risky there to go on to the
win.
one, but it's worked out.
He's got 5 points, so this for the victory and to allow this team, the hitters, to progress. Oh, he misses it, so it's still game on.
Pressure's on Jack, he's got to
clear
this now.
Jack Ellis needs to clear this.
I think that if they said it's a win, if Jack clears this, it might be a tie, and that would mean we'd be playing the last round all over again.
Well, Jack Ellis, tough first up shot. Brown 7. Boy, he's going to need to play that. Does it? Plays it beautifully.
A good weight, leave himself some angle on the 6 to get back out. But it looks like he can even play that 3 ball and roll down.
So real pressure on both players now.
Good.
Suddenly that cue just feels a little bit heavier.
It's good he's taking his time here. It's all he needs to do. He's in control, no one else.
Yeah, lovely weight.
Wow, what a shot.
Now he's got some wonderful options here.
That is perfect right there. When you're practicing, you're trying to get back into the middle of the table as much as you can, and he's done it right there beautifully.
Yeah, I like the look of him. I said that from the very start. I saw it when I watched him play some match play yesterday. The New Zealand 8-ball championships.
Roll it through. Very smart player here. He'll surely clean this up.
Well, only thing that's going to stop him is going to be an unforced error, or playing with too much weight or not enough weight. But at this level, at this point in the competition, you would expect him to get the job done. Now, what that means in the context of this match, we will need to confirm for you. We were told the hitters needed 6 points. We weren't told what it meant, though, that what it would mean if Riff Raff won this particular frame and picked up the 10 points.
Thinking based on the fact that Alex said they needed 6 to win, 5 would put it in a tying position, and following the VNEA rules, that would mean we would play the last round all over again and go from the score at the end of round 3.
Okay, so we will wait for confirmation, but 2 balls away for Riff Raff to tie it all up. Now, big shot. What does he do with that cue ball? Brings it back, lines up the 8. He should be good enough here. He needs to take his time, back himself.
Straight into it, got the confidence.
And there he is, that is excellent. So Jack Ellis gets the job done. And so the hitters now 7-5 becomes 10-5.
So from what it seems, it looks like there's going to be one more game. With Tony potting 5, that would mean...
So do they get to choose who they bring to the table?
Just go have a little word and see what's happening.
Yeah, we're going to just get a bit of a heads up in terms of what the format is now and what that means and how this is going to play out.
Just been informed that Richard Parata just needs 1 ball off the break and then 1 ball after that to win the match for hitters. So Sean needs to win this 10-0 to tie the match, and we'll go to a repeat of round 4.
Okay, so Richard Parata here needs 1 ball off the break and then 1 ball down, and they take it. Is that confirming that?
Confirmed, yes.
So basically 2 points. So here they go. So big moment here in regards to the break. He'll want a big strong break, but he'll want to sink a ball off it because he will not want Sean Greenfield to come to the table if there is a real spread. Playing with more of a snooker cue type tip, and it is a dry break, so there is an opportunity for Sean. Crowd starts to just build a little bit more intensity here now.
It's a very tough frame still. It looks like he can only take the bigs.
So just kissing that 7 ball, really.
I wonder if you can see the 15. Mustn't do because he's playing the 9, it seems.
Well, he might have to play defensively at some point too. He's going to have to think about that if that shot's not on with what's at stake. He goes to the top end, plays it beautifully. Good start. So, Sean Greenfield looks to the heavens.
Trying to keep his team in this.
10-0. And it will be enough to progress for Riff Raff.
Here he's looking for the best possible outcome from the easiest shot at red 11. Good control there, get it across. He needs to get down to the 12 and the 13 at the bottom of our screen now.
He needs to be able to disrupt at some point, and I just wonder at what point he maybe says, you know what, I might have to play defensively. Is that an option for him? That we will find that out very shortly.
I don't think it is here. I think if he plays the 15 very thin and kisses the solid down by this bottom right corner pocket, he could get a nice easy shot on both of them. I think he's opting to move the white ball a little too much here. Got to be very precise. He hasn't done it just yet. But like I said, he can just play it off the 15. Just a little stun through. Leave himself some angle on the 15.
Yep. Okay.
Might be straight here. Hopefully not.
4 points. Looking for 5, but the work's to be done at the bottom of the table here.
Throw in a little bit of spin.
He's going to need to play this, bring it down, does it nicely too. So game on here at the moment, one of the great shots. So game on. Now, can he get it done? Oh, now the pressure.
Really
Wow.
unfortunate there. That's what I was saying before. He had the opportunity off the 15.
So he's looking for the double. Looking for the double.
Biggest shot of his life right here, I'd say.
Let's have a look. He plays it. It looks good. It goes in. One of the great shots. One of the great moments. Well, you talk about the big moments.
Still a big shot here.
But now, another big shot. This 8 ball to knock the hitters out who came into this final frame with a clear advantage. He does it, pockets it, and they go through. And they do go through.
So that actually just re-clarifying that I believe that leaves it as a tie now.
Okay.
So we got to there's 2 rules we've played in the past. You either replay the last round all over again with the scores from the end of round 3, or you pick a player from each team to represent and play a final frame for winner.
Well, that would make sense. So we'll get you to go and confirm that for us, but just confirming. So it is now, we understand, tied up. Tied up. He needed to win 10-0, and Sean Greenfield has done that. It is a draw, so do we have a 1-match, 1-frame playoff, or are we going to go an entire round? We're going to go 1 round is what we're understanding. So don't go away, folks. Don't go away, folks. Stunning, stunning. Wonderful theatre, wonderful theatre. High level of tolerance. So we'll just confirm for you, it is all tied up between Riff Raff and the hitters. And so suddenly we will play 1 more round by the sounds of it. What order that is, I'm not sure. 10 minutes to 6 here live from the Masse Club in Hamilton. That's what it's all about. You want some theatre. You want drama, and it's provided. And so, play a full round of games.
So just to confirm, we're replaying round 4, back from the scores at the end of round 3. The score at the end of round 3 was the hitters were on 98 and Riff Raff were on 75. So Riff Raff did really well to get back in there. Now have to do it again, but this time just a little bit better.
So we will have basically 4 frames is what you're saying?
Yeah, all 4 frames that we just played in that last round.
All 4 frames.
Repeated.
So a lot of pressure on this top table. Mania Bobbington
here
will come up against Steve Harris. And Harris really, it was Mania Bobbington who took control of this game previously, but then just snookered himself on the 8 ball and opened that door. We will have Jimmy the Professor Henry across the other table, and he'll be taking on Alex Hale, I think.
So here, beautiful break there from Mania. Here, the hitters either need a win, a big win, or they need a total of 18 points to take this game out and go to the grand final.
So we're going back to a 98-75 point score. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So that was the scores at the end of round 3.
So the hitters have an advantage.
They'll be counting their blessings there.
So now Mania Bobbington, I've said we've seen some brilliant stuff from him, but he's got to close this out.
He's definitely coming at this all guns blazing, it seems.
Yep.
Wants to get this done with quickly. You can imagine it would have been a very stressful moment for all the players out there today.
And now good so far. Good so far. That 14 kissing the cushion down the bottom here. You want to just run this ball through, will he? Or does he come back and play that 10 first?
I'd personally run through, just guarantee yourself the points, because if they all, the first
well,
3
that's
they
it,
get
isn't
6, then they're all good, they're cleared.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? That's a great shot. That is a great shot. It got options. That is a wonderful shot.
That is one of the best shots I've seen
So
today.
now it is about points accumulation as much as it is about winning frames. So they've got some decisions to make. It means that they can, the hitters, certainly play with just a little bit more, can be a bit more deliberate in what they're doing. Oh, and he misses it. A shot he should have taken, he misses, opens the door again. So now, chance here for Steve Harris. Not easy.
Jimmy as well, he's up to his 6th ball on the other table. Plays it nice. Very unfortunate for Jimmy on the opposite table. So that leaves the hitters now with just 7 balls to take out this match.
So,
still got work to do, Steve. He's got to move that 4 ball.
So, plenty of pressure on both teams and suddenly expectation.
Alex Hale's now got a chance.
Just going back to that previous frame, that wonderful double from Sean Greenfield. Might just be the shot of the tournament when you put it in the context.
Has he got enough on it? Oh, he's in that little bit of grey area where you don't want to be, I think.
So, he's put himself in difficulty, both players at times.
And that red 3 is risky because you run into the 8 and send it towards the corner pocket.
And Alex Hale across the far side, out of shot. There he is in the moment, taking on Jimmy the Professor Henry. And that's a closely fought contest at the moment. Riff Raff, though, cannot really afford to sit down now. Do not want to bring Mania Bobbington back to the table.
This will be one of the biggest jumps that Stephen's probably going to play in his life. Desperately needs to make it using that BK rush break/jump cue.
Okay, big shot here, big moment. Can he pull this off? Can't be hitting too high down on the ball. Misses it. Misses it. No flukes. So
Manaya here, I'd honestly just play that 10.
yeah, because he's got that 14 ball just sitting here kissing the cushion at the bottom of the table.
Just needs the points for his team. Just hit it hard, make sure you can pot the ball and hopefully get lucky. Because Jimmy's got 6. That then means, yeah, Jimmy's got 6, so that then means in 2 games they just need 6 to win this. Play it through.
I'll confirm that for you, but Alex Hales across the far side playing well.
Beautiful shot, Manaya.
Yep. And now
he's tied up that 4 ball as well, which isn't great, although the combo is quite simple.
Okay, so does he look now here to go up the top end of the table?
He might even just cut this in.
Cut it in, yeah. Boy, he's going to have to hit that fine, isn't he? Or does he look to just...
Oh, if it's up touching the rail, it's definitely much easier for him to cut it in. He's opting to play safe.
He does play safe and does a good job too.
Now leaves him another jump shot, I'd say. It's very easy for him now. Just got to basically hit that brown 7.
Yeah, jump shot though, the difficulty here is that he still... There's
Alex
not a lot
Hale just missed the black.
Not a lot of difficulty between... Not a lot of room between the rail and the cue ball on this table.
Jimmy's going to win it for them now. They'll be too far ahead if he makes this black ball, although he's left himself very long.
We'll get an idea on the reaction, but we'll just focus on the game here in front of us.
Good leave, take it far up the table.
The mistake is made on this TV table.
Oh, Jimmy's missed the black too.
And
Tense
so now,
game over there.
So now Manaya comes back, leading 6-4. And he's got this 14 ball to play.
Just hit it dead straight, low on the white ball. Beautiful Manaya, lovely double there, very classy from him.
And so Alex Hale gets the job done on that far table.
Likewise for Alex, he played a beautiful double too to win that match.
Now, big moment here for Manaya. Bobbington needs this shot.
This is for the win.
Is it for the win? He does it. He gets it done. So 10 points goes the way of the hitters. And we come back, though, to the TV table. It is not over just yet. So, Alex Hale getting up over Jimmy the Professor Henry. And we've just seen Manaya Bobbington get the job done over Steve Harris. And now, the man of the moment, Sean Greenfield, will come to the television table. Oh, lovely shot that replay of that shot. And so we will have Rich Parata up against Sean Greenfield in this much-win competition.
So there has been a little bit of confusion. Yeah, so it's just been confirmed by the captain.
So we started with
Alex
a clean
Hale.
slate. Yep.
They both finish on 115, so they go into these last few games 115, 115. So
okay, so it's all even, and so we've just the important accumulation of points. So I would have thought Jimmy, you'd still say the hitters have the slightest advantage at the moment, having sunk more balls across the far side of the table.
Yep,
but
so
really important now, really important now that Tony Van Wyck lives up to his reputation.
I believe the score now would sit hitters about 3 points ahead.
But that can change very quickly.
Most definitely.
So now, Van Wyck, now you've got to start making the decisions here, don't you? Do you pop the ball in front of you and take the points and then worry about the difficult shot? Or do you start looking to get the difficult shot out of the way and see if you can play through? So these are the decisions they have to make. Nothing in it.
So here, Tony's in a good position. He sunk one of each kind, so whatever looks easier, he's only going to give Jack 1 point regardless.
So here he goes, Tony Van Wyck. He needs to be at his best here. One down.
Tidy little shot right there.
Yeah, good shot.
Maybe a little bit too far. I think he was trying to play for the blue 2 next. He still can play it, but again, he's got to be very touchy with this one.
Yeah, he's got to cut this, and then not sure that cue ball, bring it back too far up the table. Does he bother with it at the moment? What does he play? I think he's going to play that 1 ball. Or is he looking to cut? Can't quite pick the angle up. Plays the 1 ball. Again, a lot of weight on that. Maybe too much weight. Left himself a bit of work now. We talk about just how quickly these tables do run. So, the 5 ball, centre pocket. Can he get it across that little corner? I'm not sure he can.
I don't think he can.
Yeah, if I don't think he can run the cue ball through, I'm not even sure he can get it past that 9 ball, can he?
The only other shot he's really got is if that brown 7 goes past the black into the top right. You see him, he's bending down looking at the angle.
No chance here of playing that plant.
Yeah, that's also very true.
Yeah, the brown 7 maybe onto that purple 4 ball.
He's taking it to the top right corner, so it must just squeeze past. Little kiss.
Nice weight on it, kisses on it, but he's done well. He's done well here because he has just block that corner there for that 14 green stripe ball. And now some decisions to be made from this very talented Jack Ellis.
He's put himself in a little bit of a difficult situation, kissing that 12 over towards the 5. But it'll be more favourable for Jack now, I think. Just needs to get onto that 11, and he should run away with this. Just a little touch. Maybe play the 11 down to the
problem
corner
is
pocket.
One thing we're not bringing in is pressure, and don't underestimate the pressure. It's 1. Okay.
Here you can get a little kiss on the black, but do you really want to kiss the black? I'm not entirely sure.
Now, fascinating decision here to be made from Jack Ellis, getting plenty of encouragement. Not much in it.
Prove me wrong, Jack. Take it and run with it. Needs to avoid this corner pocket just below the 9 ball.
Oh, he plays it, puts the ball down, beautifully done. Pressure moment, rises to the occasion. So, 3 each at the moment. You sense that if this could be decisive, if he can stay at the table here and just prevent hitters from sinking balls, very much advantage goes the way of Riff Raff. Major momentum swing.
Just needs to get out into the middle of the table. Needs to try and move that 12 relatively quickly.
Okay.
He might even be leaving that for last, because then he can take the angle. If he leaves himself down below it on the left-hand side of the table, he can use the angle to move the white ball.
He's playing just a little, I dare to say it, but just a little bit hesitantly at the moment. So much at stake. And so, here we go. Every shot now, absolutely critical. Cannot afford to open the door. Big, big shot. And he plays it, plenty of weight, he misses it. So now, Tony Van Wyck comes back to the table.
This is essentially for the win now.
Now.
Just double checking he can get him behind that 12 and play the 5.
They'll be thinking about points accumulation at very least. I mean, even if they would have dropped this 10-7, based on what we saw earlier, with the Alex Hale, Jimmy the Professor, and still keep it fairly close. There's one.
Good kiss on the 4 here.
Oh, hasn't
worked in his favour.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't worked in his favour. The plant on possibly.
Yeah, although he could be in a good line to play the plant. And then bring the white ball back onto the rail. He needs to be as close to the rail as he possibly can.
That 5 ball causing real issues sitting there on the rail.
Just pointing at the draw of the pocket, the point. He doesn't think that
so he is going to
get past it.
He's going to play the plant here. What does he do with that white ball? Plays it with a bit of energy, runs it through. Take the points, I think, is what the mentality is at the moment. Take the points.
I think he's right. The draw might just get in the way of that 5 ball.
Bring that white ball back up the far end of the table, does it? Doesn't get enough on it, though. Doesn't bring it back enough.
Yeah, personally, I'd just shoot that 5 all day. Just get it in, get your points that you need. You'll still be up.
Yep.
They should be up by 1 point going into the last game. Oh, second to last game.
Oh, and he sinks the cue ball, and now
doesn't get the 5 as well.
Doesn't get those points, so the hitters at the moment sitting there with 6 points, but it is ball in hand the way of Riff Raff. Settle back, enjoy all of this one because the stakes are beginning to increase. Now the pressure very much on the shoulders of this young man, Jack Ellis.
Very much. If he runs these balls and pots them all, it'll leave him tied again going into the third match of this last round. Hopefully last round. We might end up in another tied position.
And now, at the far end of the table. Beautiful weight. Does he miss it? He misses it. Wow. He misses it. That is pressure.
Gets lucky as well, leaving the 5 ball snookered.
So, now
Tony needs a good hit here.
Yeah, well, Tony needs to play defensively here. Can he just somehow bring that cue ball off the cushion?
I don't know if we saw it on the camera, but Jack had already stood up and started walking to his next shot.
Yep.
You want to stay down for as long as you physically can, really.
Keep that follow through going. That's what we talk about. Shots that they'd make every day in practice, you suddenly put them in the white hot cauldron of pressure. Now, what does he do here? He's going to have to play defensively, and he does.
It's okay, not great. I mean, everything's over the hole, so Jack should surely finish now.
Yeah, well, he's given the advantage back. Jack very, very lucky with the way that cue ball ended up off that missed shot. Snookering Tony Van Wyck, and so missing that might not have any ramifications, but he's going to need to be better. He needs to make sure he gets this in. He does, just kisses that nicely, 9 down.
Little drawback
So,
here.
10 to go. Or is he going to come across here and play that 12 ball?
Looks like a muchness in my opinion. You screw back off one of them, stop shot on the other, maybe draw it back slightly to make it easier for yourself. Yep,
there it is.
Back.
Okay.
Same again, really, just a slight little drawback. You don't want to be hard up against the rail.
And according to me, I reckon it plays out this way. I've got a feeling Riff Raff will go into that final frame with the narrowest of points lead, but we'll get UD on it just to confirm that the score heading into that final frame off the back of this one. And now the 8 ball. He needs to make this shot. Every other day of the week he'll make it, but again it is all about pressure.
I believe this might only be the second game of the last round.
It might be, yep.
I'll go confirm that now for you.
And there you go. It is 10 points to 6. So let's get a points update. And let's just give you a little bit of a layout of what is to come here. And if you are watching this, this is what we want. We want close competition. We want pressure. Remember, they've been playing all day too, so fatigue will be kicking in. Just having a look here. That could have been the turning point, but okay, what have you got for us, Dion?
Just got the confirmation. It's only 1 point difference, having Riff Raff up by 1, so be winner takes all scenario here.
And this is the final game?
I believe so, yeah. I mean, there's no way they can tie again with the points they're on, so yeah. winner takes all.
But there's not 2 matches, just the 1 match remains.
Yeah, just the 1 match, and that is Richard versus Sean again.
Richard Parata up against Sean Green. Whoever wins this frame wins the match.
They'll be in the grand final taking on spotters made up of Roldan, Mark, Marvin and Richard Alfonso.
So ladies and gentlemen, it's all or nothing. Can Sean Greenfield pull out another miracle? How important is this break in the context of this game?
Playing the tournament tonight, put your name down, please. So I can do the draw early.
I think you might have heard Jimmy just announce we're doing a drawn Scotch doubles, A grade and B grade, tonight here at Masse, shortly after the AGM that's going to be on. If you're local to Hamilton, you're very much welcome to come down and participate. Just got to make sure you're a member with the new system that's just been put in place.
Okay, so here we go. Settle back, enjoy all of this. 1 frame, one of these 2 teams into the final. One of these 2 teams will go home with those if-only moments. Good, solid break, but a dry break. That might not be a bad thing, though. Might not be a bad thing.
I mean,
we've seen very few players come to the table and play straight through.
I think ideally he would have rather something go in, because then you want to be on bigs in this frame. I think you've got the 11 tying up the black, and everything else just goes, really. The only tough one to get onto is that brown 15.
Brown 15 just kissing that cushion on the right-hand side, and he is going to go play the overs. So Sean Greenfield
needs to avoid the kiss on the black. Don't want to go towards the hole. Don't want to go towards the hole.
And his heart rate just shot up another 10 beats and then came back down once he realised that, in fact, that pocket...
He's now made it very difficult with the black over there. I think I would have just touched that in and look to play the purple 12 on the left side of the table, although it's easier to say these things than do these things in these situations, isn't it?
Yeah, so 9 ball now. Just lovely little touch, brings that back. Ooh.
Beautiful.
Yeah, now he's got that green 14.
Needs a good little kiss again on that orange 5, I think. A little
Green
bit of draw.
14. Yeah, he's got to disrupt that brown 15. At some point that needs to move.
I'd say if you can
looking
get
at it at the
lucky,
moment.
you go bottom left, go 2 rails and just kiss the 5 out, and then you can shoot directly at that ball.
Let's have a look at what he's doing.
There you go, little kiss again.
Yeah, nicely played, beautifully done.
Beautifully
done.
Doesn't have much to work with though now, so he might opt to play the 12 next after this, or the 13. Wouldn't this be a remarkable finish?
Well, big pressure moment. If you can play through here, it's 2 frames in a row. That would be simply superb, stunning. Tell you what, they'll take some momentum into the final as well.
Oh, for sure. Got knocked out by, I believe, by the hitters as well last time.
They will play the spotters in the final.
Good little follow through, leave himself a little bit of angle.
Team made up of predominantly Filipino players that now reside here in New Zealand. Outstanding. Richard Alfonso, Roldan Largo, Marvin Pedrago and Ronald Lopez. And they look simply superb.
Oh, my mistake. I thought Mark may have been playing.
Oh, misses the shot.
Wow.
Misses the shot. Wow.
Still tough though here for Richard. He's not in a good spot really to shoot an easy ball.
Yep. I'll tell you what, when they have missed Riff Raff, they have been very lucky in terms of the cue ball and where it's ended up. And hasn't really necessarily played into the hands of the hitters. So that hitters team of...
In my opinion here, you just don't want to give Sean angle for that 12 to get across again for that black like he was just trying to do. Just leave it somewhere on the right side of the table, but you still want to go for a pot, of course, because then you can finish yourself.
Oh, lovely shot, great shot, pressure moment, pressure shot.
Another little roller here, just wants to roll the green 6 into the middle by the purple 4.
So now, just needs to take his time here.
Even a stop shot would be good in my opinion.
Remember, it's not about points now, you must win this frame. Just the Midas
Good
touch.
little kiss, good little kiss.
Now.
Maybe a bit too far. I think he was trying to play for that 5 ball.
Got some work to do here. What does he do? Does he look to try and cut that purple 4 ball? Or does he come back up the table?
Doesn't look like the 4 goes to the top corner like Richard was hoping. Can maybe just squeeze past that 13 into the middle.
Yeah, tough shot now. Really difficult shot, so he's going to just come back across the table here.
He wants to get back out into the middle, I think.
Orange 5 ball.
Lovely shot, good control. Get out into the middle right there.
That is a beautiful shot. Well, so you are seeing quality now. You are seeing the cream rise to the top.
It's a little bit tricky though with that 4 where it is. If it goes past the 13, then I'm sure he'd finish. But I'm not sure it does. Not many options for you, Richard, with that 4 ball.
Yeah, Richard Parata here, looking to try and become the hero. And so he's 4 balls away. He's got to be really smart on how he plays this.
Unbelievable.
Nice. Got the opportunity for the plant if he can just put this round 7.
Here you want to avoid the plant, I think. You just move out into the middle of the table from the 1, simple pot on the 7, and simple pot on the blue, and you're going.
Oh, he's got himself in difficulty though. Difficulty. Has he got a pathway through to the brown? If not, wow.
This is another situation where ideally being down on this close rail to us on that right-hand diamond, it leaves it very difficult for Sean because he doesn't have a shot. He's got a combination, but you don't know where that 13 is going to go. It goes towards the black.
And he's got that 8 ball just sitting there on that pocket. So this arguably shot will determine the outcome of this match, you sense.
If he doesn't position here, if he doesn't pot the 2 here, the best thing he can get out of it is leaving the white, like I said just before, and leaving that 2 over the hole, make it very difficult for Sean.
Plays the shot, doesn't quite get the rub of it, but has...
Good positional play from Richard there,
Has put the cue ball in a precarious position, and now Sean Greenfield comes to the table. He's done it once already. Can he do it again?
So here, just like the double he did before, this will probably be one of the biggest combos of his life.
Yeah, looking for that plant.
He might even just try to roll up that 10 behind the 8. But with American Pool, you can just pot your opponent's ball without any consequences. So he doesn't want it too easy for Richard to make both the black and the 10.
Well, he needs to be positive here. He is going to play the 10. He is going to play the 10. Really careful. It's on its way. It's on its way. It's on its way. Beautifully played. Has he done enough, though? Has he done enough?
I'd say he has, leaving it right on the rail of the black ball. Now Richard's got to do some work to get back to it now. If it was out where it was, you'd almost guarantee that he'd clear these balls.
Fascinating. Hope you are enjoying it. So much theatre, so much drama in this semi-final.
Just a simple stop shot, maybe a little run.
Just runs it a little bit as mentioned. The ball does, it goes down, wow. So gravity goes his way.
Wow, what a
now,
shot.
Now, what does he do with this cue ball?
Another touchy shot here. Just
big shot for Richard Parata.
Bring it back.
Screws it. Is it enough?
Didn't catch it thin enough there. He hit it quite thick and didn't get a lot of action out of the white ball.
What does he do here?
Good shot here, in my opinion. You play off the edge of that black ball and tie him up against 10, but not in a line where he can pot it. They're now looking for a frozen ball.
So just explain that, a frozen ball.
So they're just double checking whether or not it's a frozen ball. They're getting a third opinion on it. If the ball is frozen, which means hard up against the rail, that means that Richard must have either the black or the white hit another rail. The white can hit the rail that the black is on, but the black would need to hit another rail if the white didn't do that.
So, just when you think there couldn't be any more drama.
There we go, third opinion, frozen ball. Like I was saying just before, if he pops it out just to make it an easier pot for if Sean misses, leaves the white tied up right against the 10. It should be smooth sailing. He's looking at a pot. That's very risky.
No, I think he's got to play defensively here. He just has to play defensively.
Yeah.
He's got no choice.
Needs to limit Sean's
Otherwise,
options.
he's rolling the dice. And I'm not sure that Las Vegas was built on winners. So, big moment.
Looks like he's going across the table. I personally wouldn't go for that. Maybe he's got different ideas. Maybe he thinks he can pot it into the opposite corner. Be a very good shot if he does.
So, here we go. Key moment, big moment, big moment, big moment. He does.
Good kiss for him.
Good kiss.
Leaves a tough shot on, slightly against the rail. Sean can play down on this ball to avoid the scratch off the 13. But really, he just needs to roll this in and he's going to run away with it.
Yeah. Big moments. How important is this shot? That's one.
Don't go too far. You
That's
don't
one.
want it too
That's
far.
one. That's one. It's going to go, is it? No. But it makes it a tougher shot.
Way tougher shot now.
Big tough shot now. So Sean Greenfield.
It's got pace on it.
Yeah, he plays it nicely. Now, another big shot to come. So, hasn't made it easy. Does he go to the far end, or does he go for that middle pocket?
You got to go for that corner pocket. Get across for the black. You have to. Killer instinct here.
He's played it, and it's good, and it's good, it's good.
No way, no way.
Oh, and now the 8 ball to cut this, to win this, to move through to the final, to take on the spotters.
Big shot again.
Big temperament.
Aim just down on the ball, avoid that scratch in the top left.
He plays it, he misses it, he misses it.
Oh no.
And now, it goes the way of the big man, Rich Parada, to step up for a place in the final.
This is just the same shot that Sean played to get on the black. Just down the rail, hit center of the ball. The white's not going anywhere.
Now,
control the stroke. You don't need to hit it hard at all.
All eyes are on him. Biggest shot of his career up to this point, is it? Gentle touch, plays it up the far end, and he misses it too.
Bounce.
Neither of them want it. Now, Sean Greenfield to finish it.
You'd hope he'd finish it now.
Doesn't muck around. Look at the focus. Hits it and gets it.
Beautiful.
And there it is.
What a
there
game.
it is. It is Riff Raff that moves through to the final, where they will take on the spotters. That up next here, live from the Masse Club in Hamilton. And once again, when it counted, Sean Greenfield steps up, has a head like granite, and gets the job done.
We've got to mention though, he's very lucky that white didn't go in. On another day that drops and we would have seen the hitters go to the final, so he'll be counting his blessings for sure.
And so we will bring you that final shortly here, live from the Masse Club in Hamilton. Just going to go to the toilet. Just going to go to the toilet.
gonna go boom. So they're gonna go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, if you make those centers within time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, Austin. Much better. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot? They're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, if you make those centers within time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, Look at this. Look at his shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Make every shot count. Introducing the all-new Predator 314 and Z high-performance shafts. Reloaded with new technology for unprecedented accuracy. Predator, engineering victory.
They're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, if you make those centers within time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, Look at this. Look at his shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Adds to the spice of it.
Kia ora, welcome into the Masse Club in Hamilton. Looking forward to this. This is the final of the VNEA 8-ball teams grand final between two outstanding, contrasting teams. It is the Spotters, who have a very strong Filipino influence, up against a team simply called Riff Raff. And both teams thoroughly deserve their place in the final. Joining me in commentary, one of the greatest cueists ever come out of this country. It is the great Dean O'Kane. Dean, welcome.
Good evening.
So we have, first up, we have Roldan Largo up against Alex Hales, and both having come back recently from representing New Zealand in Las Vegas. And a dry break to start, so the early advantage will go the way of Alex Hales. Just looking at the spread there, Dean. Solids or overs?
Solids, I would say, but as you can see, the black ball's tied up, so something's got to move sooner or later.
So it is. It's about moving balls around the table too. That's what they'll be looking at. They'll say, okay, I can see the first shot, I can see the second shot, but boy, if I'm to win the frame, I'm going to need to move some stuff around. So format is a simple one. 4 players in each team. Each player plays each member of the other team. If you win the frame, you win 10 points for your team. However, the losing team will get a point for every ball they do sink. So it is unique. Small tables, big pockets, but that does make it very congested early on.
Yes, I think that the aspect of cue ball control comes in there, Mark, so you've got to be spot on with your positional play.
So, happy at the moment for Alex Hales just to take the solids. They had to go to a playoff, the Riff Raff team, against the Hitters in a do or die match. It was a wonderful game, stunning semi-final, lots of theatre, but it was the temperament of Sean Greenfield who came through and got the job done when it counted.
Previous shot was a good one. The cannon onto the object ball puts him in prime position here.
So far so good for Alex Hale. They really want to get off to a good start here because the Spotters team, well, through the early rounds were just absolutely bulletproof. Everything they did seemed to go down. Luck seemed to go their way, particularly off the breaks as well.
Yes, they really smashed it this afternoon, so they've got to start favourites, I would have thought, in this match. But
very good technically. What I will say is, though, they've had a little bit of time away from the table. Riff Raff have come in with some real momentum. They've been busy. And sometimes the nervous system's up to keep that momentum going.
Well, if the 8 ball goes, that's debatable, but this would be a great run out.
Yeah, he's going to want to sink this. He's good enough. He just lovely little Midas touch and very good start for Riff Raff. More importantly, the Spotter's not picking up any points, and don't underestimate that because that can come back and be the difference in the finish. So very good start for Alex Hales, getting up over the very impressive Roldan Largo. And we've got other games going on the 2 outside tables at the moment. So once they conclude, we will come back onto the main television table. Of course, Dean O'Kane, quarterfinals at the Crucible back in 1987, 1992. Moments that stopped New Zealand. That were big moments in New Zealand sport, considering the depth and the global audience that surrounded snooker at the time.
Yes, well, the global audience has gone through the roof these days. Eurosport, huge Western Europe, Middle East and Asia, so they're getting up to 500 million viewers for tournaments.
Yeah, we just need a New Zealand point of view, don't we, to sort of capture the imagination of people again, and whether we can do it in the 9-ball, 8-ball format or in the traditional snooker. We've got some good talent coming through, but they need to do what you did, Dean, go at 17 overseas and take a chance and learn how to lose to learn how to win. become a hardened professional. So these are the games on the outside tables. Richard Alfonso, another one who has recently played for New Zealand in Las Vegas. So at the conclusion of these matches, we will have another television game. So now Sean Greenfield looking to try and finish off here and give 2 rubbers to this riff-raff team and give them the start they're wanting. I think that's the key thing, isn't it, Dean? If you come up against an opponent who probably on paper is the favourite, try and get ahead early, try and just put a little bit of doubt into their head and see how they respond, particularly if they haven't had to face a lot of adversity throughout the competition or through the days prior.
Yeah, I think that's a key point. You've said, Mark, that they haven't faced much adversity, so let's see how they respond.
Yeah,
it's very important to, not throw in the towel early and make some sort of comeback. You've got to stay calm and focused. 2-0, it could easily be 2 each. 4-0, that's a different proposition.
So, coming now to the table, we will... So, coming now to the table, we will have Richard Alfonso coming up against Steve Harris. Now, Steve Harris, he's sort of one of those players that just sneaks underneath the radar. Doesn't come with necessarily a big billing, but he's been very, very good throughout the day. He's got better as this tournament's got on. He's sort of found his momentum, found his mojo, but he's going to need to be at his best to beat Alfonso. Big moment, the break. And it's another, no, so we've got the 10 has gone down. And looking at the spread on the table, what's he got here, Dean? Is he going to go solids or is he going to go overs?
Well, he could go over. I mean, I think the natural shot is the 9 ball in the right corner pocket because the 7 is there as well. But I'm not quite sure. Both sets of balls look fairly good. I think probably the solids are slightly in a better position. And that's what he's chosen to do.
So I can just confirm too, after the first complete round, where we had Roldan Largo playing Alex Hales, we had Marvin Petrago playing Jack Ellis, and Richard Alfonso taking on Sean Greenfield. Ronald Lopez taking on Stephen Harris. At the end of that first round, it is Riff Raff leading 31 points to 16. So 31-16. Not much in it at the moment. Can change very quickly, but a good start for the team that probably comes in as the underdog, and that is the Riff Raff team.
Got to be careful not to foul and intervene the ball here.
Yeah, with that Chinese snooker having to get that bridge nice and high. When you do that, you just lose a little bit of that balance. Every time you've got to get up on your toes or get a little bit higher, then you start to lose a bit of that stability.
He's got a great chance to run out here, but he needs a very good positional shot to get onto the 2, the blue ball, as you see it on the screen.
Yeah, and maybe just a little bit too much weight, or is he going to come up and play this 4 ball?
He really wanted to take care of business down the far left-hand side of the table there before coming up for the 4, but he may be forced into that now.
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it's ultimately based on points. It's not match play. It's not about how many frames you win. You, at times, maybe play percentages when perhaps if it was just straight out frame for frame. You might play the riskier shot or the harder shot.
I mean, there's a chance he'll just play a safety containing shot here. But, if he took the cut on, the cue ball would travel all around the table. He'd have no real control over the shot.
Just not enough weight on it, but good effort. But he has given Richard Alfonso a little bit to think about here. What's his roadmap here, Dean?
Well, I think it's a safety shot, to be honest, off the 12 and the white and behind the 8 ball. But he's at the table. It's how he sees it. It was a safety shot, and he's used the intervening balls to block on the solids remaining.
So, just surveying his options is Stephen Harris. Oh, yep, so just that in off, and that cue ball goes down. Plenty of enterprise, playing very positively, but now he turns the control of the cue ball over, and Richard Alfonso, I think, will see the jaw as ajar and walk straight through it.
Yes, well, he really needs to steady the ship here, so a run out would be expected.
Yeah, he's a player of this quality too. You do expect him from here. Not a lot of traffic on the table. Probably the difficult shot would be that 14 green stripe ball down the bottom.
Ideally, you'd like to play his final positional shot from one of the balls near the centre pocket, because that would be an easier route up to the 8 ball. So he may play the 15 and move towards the 14 on the bulk cushion here. That's it. Doesn't want to be too straight.
Yeah, great control. Makes it look easy. And this will be a much needed victory, or much wanted victory early on for Richard Alfonso. Just runs that up the table. Now, just the 8. Riff Raff will be happy though. They do have the 6 points from this frame. So they do minimise the damage. And there we go. So Richard Alfonso gets the job done. 10-6. It is the spotters over Riff Raff. Richard Alfonso over Stephen Harris. So prior to this round starting, it was Riff Raff leading 31 points to 16. We will update throughout the second round. Remember, a total of 16 frames and all can be played. But clearly, if one team gets a big enough lead, you can end up doing your mathematics, and sometimes there is no way back, and the game and the match will be called. Hope you are enjoying the coverage live from the Masse Club in Hamilton. If you're inspired by what you see, you want to get involved with cue sports, or you want to take it to a different level, or you just want to learn how to put spin on the cue ball and move that around a little bit more, do check out the website. Just Google Masse. Got a number of clubs in Auckland, Hamilton, of course down in Stratford. 9 ball, 8 ball, 10 ball, and I'm sure that if you want to take up the traditional form of snooker, there is a pathway there as well.
Yeah, there's a snooker table here at Masse Hamilton, so some of the clubs in Auckland have a few tables.
Otherwise, you can just catch a ferry to Waiheke and hunt down Dino Kane, and I don't think you've got a table at home, have you, these days? Maybe not many people do, because nobody has any room in their houses anymore.
Well, I think the fire brigade has a full-size snooker table
at Waiheke?
in Oniroa, yes.
Lovely.
Yeah, they
there
do.
You go.
So,
the Dino Kane table. Have you had a game?
Not on that, no, I haven't. No. So
must knock on the door, Dean.
I'm yet to chalk it up.
So just waiting for these games on the outside tables, the second round to conclude. And bring you a little bit of a points update, and then we'll bring you back for the match on tables on round 3. So this here is Ronald Lopez. And Ronald Lopez taking on Sean Hales. On the other table, we've got Marvin Petrago taking on the very impressive Sean Greenfield. So really important that if Riff Raff want to win this, they do need to make sure that they win at least one of these matches. But on the table 16, looks like Marvin Petrago has just beaten Sean Greenfield. And it will be now Sean Greenfield who will come onto the championship table and take on Roldon Largo. Well, Sean Greenfield, you might have missed it, Dean, but he was simply superb in that semi-final to get up over the hitters. He needed to play it through and win 10-0, and he did it. And then when it came to the one-off deciding final match, he again stepped up under some real pressure and potted some very, very difficult balls to see them through to this final. Now, can he maintain that momentum? Has just dropped a match previous on the outside table to Marvin Petrago. Been a long day for all of them, though. Fatigue does start to kick in just a little bit. Start to lose your concentration. What's the key, Dean, to staying mentally alert on days like this? Just practice and show your body what training, what's going to happen?
I think it's good to sit down as much as possible and then get up and get the blood flowing again as well. So I remember doing that at the Crucible myself a few times. Sit down for a while, but then you get up and stand and get the blood flowing. So it's a bit of both.
Let's just have a look at the break here. So we had the one ball go down. I think it might be the... Just trying to pick it up. Is it that brown? 7 brown ball, I think. And he has...
Well, he's elected to play for the Stripes, and he definitely wants to be on this 12 ball.
Yeah, looking at that layout of the stripes, what's the ball that's possibly going to cause him the most difficulty? One that he's going to need to get to early.
Well, he just needs good positional control. So I think the 9 and the 15 go into the right corner.
Yeah. And key thing here, isn't it, is just, you know, if you're not sure, just bring that white ball back into the middle of the table. Give yourself some options. So now looking to play the 9. And he does. Too much weight on that, is there? No?
Yeah, he's lost the white there a bit, to be honest, so he needs a good recovery shot.
Not flawless, but still in control.
I think he just dropped that in dead weight.
Yeah, come back across, so good performance here from Roldon Largo. And it's of Filipino descent.
I'm sorry, but I must say it's a poor shot. The natural angle on this 13 into the right centre is going to take the cue ball away from the black ball, from the 8 ball. So he should not have been in this position.
Yeah, we've seen this, haven't we? A number of players who've got themselves into very good positions, and just to undo it all off, just, I don't know, the weight of expectation perhaps, or just a little loss in concentration. It's been very much the story of the day, and I think all players have at times snatched defeat from the jaws of victory.
Should have been a lot straighter on this 13.
Yeah.
Then the 8 would have been straightforward.
So here, big moment. What does he do? Just cuts nicely, brings it back down. Has he got enough on it? Has he got enough on it? Has he got a line there, Dean?
No, he hasn't.
Just not enough weight. He knows it too.
The problem was the previous shot. Ran out of position and needed to recover, and now he's got no shot on the black.
So what's he going to look to do here now? He's got to do something. Looking to cut, looking to cut, looking to cut. Doesn't get away with it though. Did he nominate that pocket? Must have nominated that pocket. So looking for the triple off the rails. Doesn't quite come off. Now that brings Sean Greenfield to the table. He's been playing superbly. So the door has been opened. Now can he walk through it? Here's one.
Just done the cue ball off the cushion, out into the middle of the table. That's about right.
There you go, hearing it from Dean O'Kane, one of the greats alongside of me. Hope you are enjoying coverage of this VNEA 8-ball teams grand final live from the Masse Club in Hamilton. Now, a bit of distance between cue ball and that green 6.
Yeah, he needs a good positional shot again to get fairly close to the 6 ball for the left corner pocket. That's going to transition him up to the black easily.
Yeah, he played that nicely, nice weight. So in control now. Really shouldn't have too much difficulty from here.
It's just a topspin shot. One cushion straight up for the black.
Exactly as you said. It's come off 2 cushions though, but still effective. A little bit of work to do on the black, but you'd expect a player of this quality in this ilk and the form that he's been in today to pop this, and he does. And there it is. It is Riffraff who take it 10 points to 7. So more matches in this final. Continue on the outside tables at the moment. So this is just one of the outside tables that we are looking at. And that is Marvin Petrago in action. He's been very good in this final so far. Haven't seen a lot of them on the television table. But he is playing Stephen Harris. Now just the 8 ball to finish. And give the spotters the frame and the 10 points. And there we go. Job is done. So we are just accumulating the points at the moment here, and we'll have the rundown after 3 rounds, and then it'll just be that final round to go. Not a lot in it. Spotters at the moment through 2 rounds have a narrow lead over Riff Raff by about, I think it's 56 to 45, so just the 11 points in it at the moment. That can come back very quickly, but it is advantage to the favourites coming into this final. So just waiting for the round 3 games to finish before we do get into that 4th and final round. And looking at Alex Hales here, both these players played in the New Zealand team in Las Vegas, teammates. And Richard Alfonso and now Alex Hales taking on each other. We'll go back to the main television table, and we are going to have Stephen Harris playing, by the looks of it, Roldan Largo in the white. And it will be Harris with the break. Oh, difficult cue placement off the break. Cue ball placement. So immediately some decisions to be made by Roldan Largo in terms of what he wants to do here. Looking at the spread, he'll be saying which is the most difficult ball on the table, which is going to be the hardest ball to get to. No point me sinking 5 if I can't sink 6 and then throw the table open. And so it looks like he is going to play maybe the solids. A nice way to get things underway. Just runs that 7 into that middle pocket. And play back up the table. Happy to pick the points up. They know they've got a reasonable buffer of about 15 or about 11, 12 points at the moment. So it does become important. Just keep, if you don't win the frame, try and get the maximum points. That's a very good performance from Roldan Largo. Taking complete control. Got that 8 ball there, which is going to be the shot that's going to offer him the most difficulty. He needs to maybe somehow look to try and move the 14 off the shot here. Just give himself a little bit more room. Dean O'Kane alongside of me, one of the greats. And so, just across the far side, Alex Hale gets a victory. And that might just close things up. Now, the behind the back shot. 8 ball to win this rubber. And played right through. Just a delicate touch, deft touch. He does it, and that is a very good display. Outstanding from Roldan Largo in the white. Boy, didn't blink, flawless. Try and get an update for you on the overall match score. The game's been played on those outside tables. So one more match just been completed across the far table, and then we will give you an update, and then there will be one more round. I understand, though, that it is relatively close, but we will bring you coverage here on this television table between Marvin Petrago and Alex Hales. We haven't seen a lot of Petrago on the television table. This will be a 4th round match, the first of the round 4 matches. It's a good format, Dean. I enjoy the format of this. I think it's a really good way of a team's comp. Short, fast, and I think you're rewarded for potting balls as well, which I think is good. A little bit of merit in finishing second.
Yes, it's unusual to have a team format in such an individual sport, but having said that, I played in the World Teams Championship myself, so and World Doubles.
Yeah, and look, and I think if you're really trying to get some form of Q sports at the Olympic Games, one of the things that will get a sport in there is if we can have gender mixed teams as well, women and men playing together. That seems to be very much where the Olympics are looking to go. We've seen a triathlon bringing in relays. We've seen swimming these days with mixed teams. And, you know, if sports are wanting to get in, they've actually got to be open to that too. And really, you know, when you look at Q sports, there's not a great physical component to it. So there's no reason why the top women shouldn't be able to compete alongside of the men, particularly in this format too, where there is opportunity in just one frame. Alex Hale not happy. Doesn't want to open the door because I've got to say, Marvin Petrago in very, very good form at the moment. Nice weight. This 3-ball up the top of the table, Dean, sort of bottom right if you're looking at it on screen. How difficult is that? How important is that? And when does he start to think about that?
Well, he'd need the cue ball. I mean, he could play it from where he is now.
Is that the shot that's holding him back, or is it that?
The problem is all the strike balls are in the way to get back down the table for position. Yeah. So that's why he's probably looking at the top right-hand corner pocket.
Yeah, nice stance. Really steady on that bridge, holding that cue. Enough there. Has he still got control there of that cue ball, Dang?
Yes, I think that brown solid ball near the side cushion is a key shot. Whether he would take that in off the black or not, I'm not quite sure, but he's going to have to get into a good position on that ball if he's going to run out.
Interesting to see the technology in the cues these days. Carbon fibre, it's taken over the world in a lot of different sports, and these days too the shafts can be carbon fibre, creating that little bit more stiffness. Much wider tip than what we see with the snooker cues.
Right, this is a key shot here. He must get into good position on one of the remaining solids, and that's not it, I'm sorry to say.
So he's lost control now of that cue ball. He's got some work to do, Petrago. He'll be concerned about making sure too, though, that at very least he's accumulating points and reducing the margin of error. Remembering the winner of each frame picks up 10 points. The losing player will pick up a point for every ball sunk. That includes off the break. So your opponent might sink one of your eventual balls off the break. Those points will go to you.
Let's play a good safety shot here.
Oh, just plays the double but doesn't quite pull it off. Where's he left that cue ball?
Well, I think that's the key part of the shot, was to leave the cue ball up by the top cushion.
So he took a chance knowing that at very least, or very worst case scenario, he'll still put Alex Hales in the spot of bother. So good smart play coming here from Marvin Petrago. To just run it. Didn't quite get enough on it, but again, He's almost returned the favour of Petrago. Put Petrago now in a difficult position. Can he thread the needle past the 10? Looks all right from here. It's just whether he can get on the right side of it.
Just to speed things up, the OGM is going to start people wandering around with a clipboard. So can you clearly write your name on it, just so we can have it for our minutes, please?
Midas touch. Great shot. It sits now on the cushion, so difficult shot coming up with that brown solid sitting there. It's been probably the real talking point.
Yeah, that's the plague ball, if you like.
Yeah, that's the one ball that you're sort of looking at going at some point. I might need to move it, shift it, or play it.
Well, we talked about it earlier on. It's whether it goes in off the 8 ball into the left centre pocket or not. So I can't see many other options for him.
No, he's just going to have to kiss the inside of that 8 ball and just drop it in. But then what's the shot for the 8 ball? And he does it nicely. Well, he sets it up beautifully, so that is very, very good.
Yeah. That's one of the best shots of the match so far.
Yeah, brilliant from Marvin Petrago. He's been very good throughout this tournament. Probably the most understated of the players. And there it is. He gets the job done, and he gets it done nicely because he gets the job done by 10 points to 1. So what they've managed to do here is reduce riffraff. And so we will just confirm the scoreline for you. And I think it might just be all over. Players are shaking hands by the looks of it. And so it will be the spotters who have come here to Hamilton, and they've won the VNEA 8-ball teams grand final in a very, very dominant display. And well done to them. And I'd imagine that the Filipino community across the country will be incredibly proud as well. A great contest, and well done to Richard Alfonso, Roldan Largo, Marvin Petrago, Ronald Lopez. Thoroughly deserve this national title. Live here from the Masse Club in Hamilton. Hope you have enjoyed the coverage. Special thanks to Jimmy the Professor Henry, also to Dean O'Kane for their time in the commentary box, their expert analysis. And O'Kane, if you have been inspired by what you've seen, you want to get involved, Google Masse. Check out the clubs in Auckland, here in Hamilton, and of course in Stratford, in just outside of New Plymouth. But for 2022, the VNEA 8-ball teams grand final goes the way of the team affectionately known as the Spotters.